SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
And welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. It's week 6, day 2. It's the last stretch towards the top of the mountain where two teams already have their pass. Ready and Nord are sitting and waiting for the fog of war to dissipate in order to know their foes. My name is Alexandra Maya, and I will be your host for the day. But I'm not sitting alone for this festival on bloodshed. I also have with me not only a guest, but the return of Hiprain. And welcome, Dr. Brilman.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, I did this before the pre-show itself, but why can you call yourself a doctor without being a doctor?
It's very, very simple. You just have to be a very big fan of the Doctor Who series. And since I've grown up watching primarily Doctor Who, and especially I'm going to give you a bit of a hot take in the beginning of the day, since, you know, it's fun to give hot takes, right?
Yeah.
Peter Capaldi was one of the best doctors, if not the best.
Here's
I
my
have
hot take.
no idea.
I don't like Doctor Who. That's my hot take.
Wait,
Not a
wait,
fan.
I'll take my leave.
Hey,
See you
who's
later.
casting today? Let's check it out. Who's joining us for the Something's Rift? It is Initialize returning and Foxtrot. How you doing?
Good.
Webcam.
Yeah, Doctor Who. It's meh, mate. It's meh at
okay.
best. Sorry.
I really like Christopher Eccleston. He was a fit. I think he's underrated. He only got the one season, but he's pretty good.
I don't know who that is.
I
That's
love how
very
we have a
reasonable.
guest and everybody's bullying him already. Like, thank you so much for joining us, casters. Let's toss it
You're
back
so
to the desk.
welcome.
Maybe I have more pixels on my webcam when we do it. Oh, there you go. +2
Your
pixels.
Kinder Surprise webcam's not popping up. By the way, I just need to pop in on this. Initialize say Christopher Eccleston is his favourite Doctor. That guy is famously a terrible person. Like, just a miserable man. So, like, that's just a bad take across the board, to be honest with you.
But he was a good doctor, so I guess that
You
redeems
know
him.
what? Dr. Pedro is the best doctor. He saved my life when I was a kid, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a real Doctor. That's a hero.
That was
is.
a real cool doctor. I'm just pointing it out. I don't know anything aside from that, but also I know understandings are right now. Do you know them? Because yesterday we had a few surprises. Rudy sitting in first place, followed by Nord 8 and 3, and then we have a tie between DMG, Venom, Crest, then Lightside, Verdant are trying to chase that top 4. Meanwhile, natives and blue whites are no longer allowed to race towards the top of the mountain. They're actually spectating, but they can play. Let's ruin your day. That's an interesting take. I mean, blue whites did it yesterday, so why not? And with that in mind, I'm not letting you breed it, right? I need predictions
Okay.
already.
What,
Straight
my
off the bat.
predictions or the actual predictions that would be made?
Everybody's predictions. I need those
Okay,
predictions.
the graphic, the predictions for the graphic is what you're asking
You know
for.
what? Eventually we'll get it. Right now, I'm
Where's
just
the camera?
letting you know that. There you go. There you go. Let me check.
Oh,
A lot
wow.
of people lost faith yesterday on DMG.
I didn't.
No.
But to be fair, people did lose faith in DMG. Mine's more just a lack of faith in Verdant. If I'm going to be completely honest, I have not been sold on them all split long. I've said this vocally a lot. Not overly sold. The Lightside versus Blue Whites game as well. I put 5 points on. I'll admit, I did put the 5 points down prior to their win versus Natives. But Blue Whites, they're a team who I genuinely don't think the scoreline reflects how good they are. I think they are a lot better than a 1-10 team. Do I think they're good enough to beat Lightside? No. I still think even with this in hindsight, I definitely would have put 5 points on Lightside this game. I think Lightside, while definitely are one of the more shaky teams in the middle of the table right now, I do think they are foundationally a more solid team than Blue Whites. That's why I've got my faith in them. It's a bit weird that I put 3 points on Ruddy. I don't remember doing this, especially when Natives lost to Blue Whites. So that may be where I might have moved my points around a little bit and put 5 points on Ruddy and 3 on Lightside. But I actually think this is actually a very hard day to predict purely because again, number 2. Venom Crest versus Nord. super hard to predict. Nord obviously locked now into playoffs, so they may play around and try some stuff out and just see what they can get going towards playoffs. They could still theoretically contest a higher spot in the table. They could beat out Ruddy and end in first place. So there is a world where they may just play serious. I'm expecting them to play serious. I think Nord haven't really let off the gas, to be honest, the entire split long. They've been really impressive the whole time. And yeah, their new jungler addition to the team is just... They're looking amazing. They're looking so good in the run-up towards playoffs, and they didn't run out of energy like they did last split, where they were great at the start, and then towards the end, they lost all momentum off of themselves.
And even if you get
crumbled.
like locked in for playoffs, you still have to lock in the best seed possible, obviously, so you can get some leverage going into playoffs. Doctor, you played a little bit safe there as a guest position. 3 points, 3 points, 3 points. Are you nervous about getting those 5 points or something like that?
A little, yeah, because it's most of the times when you start to predict on the teams that you know but not know that well, because people might know that I cast mainly a bit of a different league where I am a bit well versed on the teams and so on and so forth. So in here I was looking and thinking, okay, how should I approach it? Then I looked at the way the predictions were made and I go, okay, I'm going to do the safest bet I can practically just go 3 and that's it, right? I think I might have overcooked it though a little bit, because Rudy Esports this split have been popping pretty much, right? I'm looking at their track record and looking at what they were able to do this split. I am genuinely amazed to see that. So I might have just swung a bit more points in there just to make sure that the guest position gets those juicy points there, right? But overall, I feel like getting those predictions there because I'm expecting a good competition just all across the board, right? That's the way to approach it.
I think you did a good job because you're trying to compensate what J Real did to the guest position yesterday. So, hey, all fair and square. By the way, big kisses to J Real, you're amazing. But with that in mind, you also can participate on predictions back at home. How? Well, join in on the Fantasy League. We don't have that much time left. We only have 1 week ahead of us. So if you want to get these prizes, man, you got to be the best of the best. And we have some sort of hint towards you so you can get the best Fantasy League with the top 5 players of the beginning of the week. If you notice that already, so I'm just letting you in.
It's that Spaceman meme, isn't it? It's already. It always was. Like, all season long, these guys have been at the top of the table. Like, they're just on fire. Every individual player is just beating out everyone else in their role. I mean, it's quite hard to really break down Ruddy anymore because of the fact that they are just out-handing everybody. We talked about it, and I'm going to say it again. I said it a lot yesterday. The thing I wanted to see from Ruddy was more macro, because I think they are just better than everybody else, so they're not relying on macro. We have in the last couple of weeks, especially last week, I can't remember who they were playing off the top of my head, but they pulled out a way more macro-orientated game. Yesterday, they did fall back to that macro a little bit more, so we are starting to see that side of Ruddy, which is really good because it's showing us that they're not just a mechanically good team, but they're also kind of using their brains and thinking about the bigger picture of the game. So I want to see more of that. They are playing natives today, though. So if I'm honest with you, I expect this to just be a bloodbath farming Fantasy League point game. I don't expect too much macro from Ruddy. I think they're just going to roll over natives. Natives lost to Blue Whites yesterday, so they're going to have that in their head, and now they've got to go up versus the best team in the league. It's a rough one. It's definitely going to be a rough one for natives coming into this last game of the day.
Well, let's talk about all the games while we're at it. Let's show the schedule for today. We'll start with DMG versus Verdant, and then following Venom, Crest versus Nord, LLS versus Blue Whites, and the game you were talking about, discussing natives versus Ruddy. It's more about hey, we lost yesterday, we can't make playoffs, maybe we can ruin somebody's dreams and show that we're actually a good team. That's kind of what Dim, the coach, was trying to talk about. Hey, if we can't make it playoffs, let's try to ruin some people's dreams. So if you take a win out of Ruddy, Nord, if they get a win, they'll tie up with Ruddy, and they will make the last game of the season even more interesting. Ruddy versus Nord. That's a lot to talk about, but once you get there, we'll talk about it further on. But Doctor, because you're the doctor, because you like talking.
I am.
Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about champions. Specifically, there are a few champions that are hitting like the fog of war, and you brought a specific one that you wanted to discuss. So tell me more about it. Why should we be looking into this champion throughout the rest of the day?
I am genuinely incredibly excited to see Skarner making his way back into pro play, because I feel like back before the rework, or rather until the rework has happened, we've seen only specific players just sometimes bringing that champion up. You know, somebody like Zanzara who just walks up and goes, all right, listen, I'm going to cook you the best risotto I can ever cook you. And he just starts to do incredible stuff with it. But the problem, I feel like one of the biggest problems that worked with Skarner back in the day when the rework was still not undergoing, is that his kit was pretty straightforwarded, but everybody could do his work a bit better than he did, right? So you had a great Impale ultimate that you could use in order to isolate someone from the team fight. You could take the AD carry, you could take the tank if you really needed it, you could pair it up really well with the flash, you could do a lot of things with it. But guess what? There are champions that can do it better. There is Nocturne with the good old lights out, the paranoia. There is Hecarim, who can just fear everyone in the team fight. There is Lee Sin, who can do a dragon kick. Yeah, you can argue that Lee Sin requires a bit more of that micro, let's say, ability to pilot that champion. Yes, that's definitely true. But Skarner was still there. You could argue that he's got a lot of speed back in the day. But yeah, sure, that's true. But only if that is, you've got the passive, right? The crystals that were placed all across the map. Again, there are champions that can do it better. Again, Hecarim, right? He was really, really fast, and he didn't need that passive. He didn't need control of that crystals, and so on and so forth. Then the rework comes out, and Skarner begins to shine with all different colors of a kaleidoscope that you can imagine, right? The crystals are no longer there, and now instead you've got the passive that pretty much gives the quacking ability to it. Or quaking, I guess the better way of saying. Quacking is a bit of a different thing. Which deals more damage, but I feel like specifically when we're looking at Skarner, the most important things to talk about is his E's and the E's and R's, right? The E and R, the ultimate ability, of course, getting less of a rework per se, but a bit of a different approach to it. And the reason I love it so much, and I'm sorry about that, I can have a really wrong rant about it because I've been maining Skarner back in the day quite a lot, is how much of the versatility it introduces to that champion. How much of this different ways of, okay, what we can actually do. You can provide CC with your Extels Impact and the Impale. That's a very good combination in general. You can have a lot of these flanking maneuvers that you could do before with Skarner, but you had to rely on your way to pilot around the map. Right now, you just go, okay, there is a wall, there is no wall. I don't care that there's a wall, I can just go through it. Why? Because I can just go through it, right? And I feel like that also ties into the fact that lately we have seen top laners gain more and more attention, if we can say that way. We've seen that trend coming up with Ultra Liga quite a bit, when different top laners have started to step up into those games and bring a bit more down to the table. And I feel like we have seen the same thing on the international soil. Many times we've found ourselves in a position where we go, yeah, that team, this and that, but what about the top laner? Specifically, I'm looking at you, BB. Right? And I feel like Skarner brings that a little bit of wild card to it. What he can do, what kind of flanks you can find, and what kind of impale you can bring, because guess what? Now you can do 3 impales instead of 1, since you have that sort of spread of the ultimate. It's no longer point and click, it just goes, okay, I'm going to spread, I'm going to take those 3 people and I'm going to drag them with them, right? So that's why I am so excited to see different how he's going to play it, or how the top lane is going to play it, because I feel like it brings a lot of volatility to these games.
The thing about Skarner,
though, yeah, tell me, Hebron.
I will just say, his numbers are absolutely bonkers at the moment. No one in this league is playing him, though, which is crazy. I don't understand why not, because we're seeing over in LPL just massive priority on the champion over there. I mean, across the world, everyone's putting a lot of priority on him. But over here, we're kind of a Cassante enjoyer league, and everybody is more interested in picking up the Cassante. And I feel it's weird because we got various different kind of counters to both of those champs in that sense. We've got, obviously, for the Skarner, a lot of people are running Mordekaiser as an answer for that. I haven't seen anyone pilot Mordekaiser in this league at all. That champ is not non-existent over here. Maybe that's because the Skarner's not showing up. Instead, we're seeing Cassante and the various different answers to the Cassante. If you want to be a tank and just pick the Ornn, if you want to pick a Renekton up and have like a powerful jungler. But I will agree, Doctor, the one thing that you were talking about, the top lane attention has shifted up a lot more. Well, just the attention towards top lane is a lot higher, and that's the grubs. It really plays off the grubs. The grubs are an incredibly valuable resource, which if you get 3 or 4, that buff is really potent as you move throughout the game. It never really scales off. It is always a good buff to have. So therefore, you pick up aggressive junglers, top laners who can kind of skirmish and fight to secure a priority in their lane, and I think that's why Cassante is so liked, because he's both skirmishy but also very tanky. So that's why I think we're seeing so much of him, and I think that's why Skarner is so high priority elsewhere, because also skirmishy and tanky. The problem is it just feels like no one in this league wants to be playing the Skarner. I don't know what his pick rate is. He does get banned somewhat regularly, but he's left open a lot and doesn't really get picked up. I probably should have looked up his pick rates before talking about this, but yeah, he has quite low pick rates considering his priority everywhere else in the world.
It's getting lowered right now, especially with the tweak on the 14.13 as well. So he's losing a little bit of priority on the top side, and it seems like we have some different answers towards that champion. Other champions that are popping up, and maybe you have to take caution looking into today's draft, it is Ezreal and Vados. Ezreal coming in from the 14.12 with an empowerment on the Q and the yard itself, but now on the 14.13, Vados got some attention towards him on the passive and on the W as well. This will shift the meta a little bit towards the AD carry position, but since we're playing on NLC, everybody likes to play like Aurelion Sol, Ziggs, and everything that is AP. So even though they're trying to buff AD carries for the NLC, I mean, we're kind of weird at the end of the day, no, Brian?
Yeah, we are. Well, I mean, Fruity Fresh is weird at the end of the day. Like, that guy, Aesol, Smolder, Ziggs, very caster-based. I know technically Smolder is a ADC, but a very caster-based champion, player. His pool is always more kind of magey than it is ADC, but very capable as an ADC as well. We have seen him pilot things like the Kaiser and stuff like that. Kind of going on to the ADC pool, moving away from topside, it's interesting because obviously the Varus changes did see some play in the league at the beginning of the season, but we are very much in like a Tristan or Corki are like your go-to kind of mid laners, and then that leaves you flex for AP bot lanes, or maybe just double AD and then you put like a Lilia in the jungle off the back of that one. Kaiser seems to be a lot more popular. The Ezreal is showing up, to be fair. I do think Varus is the one who we're seeing the least of like the current good ADCs. I don't think that means he doesn't get played, and I don't think that means he won't get played, but I just think right now the priority for our players are more towards like Jinx, Kaiser, hyperscaling champions who just pop off in team fights and can assassinate someone or kind of play front to back. It seems to suit them a little bit more, unless you're Fruity, in which case he's just playing Ziggs or something and he's going to be a menace. I'm so excited to see him play because his champ pool is interesting. It's deep. It's very AP, but it's very deep.
But also, we're hitting a point where he's not allowed to make any sort of mistakes, him and his team as well. So let's bring out the opportunities we still have towards playoffs of Summer Split 2024 with a foldy sheet. We yesterday got a little bit of it, and now we updated, which means Ruddy almost locked in for first place. Nord will have a hard time at that one, and then the important part is who's going to make playoffs. Light side, we were talking about them right now. It's complicated for them. Verdant, it's even harder right now. They need kind of a miracle. Venom, Crest, and DMG are almost locked in. So a lot of these games today will probably give you that opportunity, and the sheet, the foldy sheet itself will be upgraded. But it's do or die for most of these teams. And the first game we have today, it's DMG versus Verdant. And just letting you know that if DMG wins this game, they'll be locked in. But also, Verdant will be locked out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that is massive for both Lightside and Venom Crest as well. Because if DMG win this, it reduces the amount of spots, because if DMG do win, once they win, that means there's 3 spots taken in playoffs, and then there's only 1 left. Right now, it'll be Venom, Crest, and Lightside who are going to be in the runnings for that. Venom, Crest are playing Nord in our second game of the day, so they're going to be eagerly looking to try and get that win versus Nord, and it's a hard fight for them. The runner schedule for Venom, Crest going forwards, because there's only 1 more week, they've got Lightside and they've got Natives. So this is the hardest of their last 3 games to play. So it's really going to come down to, if they can find this win, that is a massive step forward. I don't know if it locks them. I think that would be based on Lightside's performance, if I'm honest. I'll have to double check. I'll check in the game. I'll message the producer and see. But I'm pretty sure they don't lock off this one. But I'm also famously bad at making very bold statements and have absolutely zero idea what I'm talking about.
If DMG wins, they'll be locked. If DMG wins, Verdant is out.
Yes, but Venom Crest, I'm talking about Venom Crest as a Nord in game number 2. But we should focus on this game. We should focus on this game, because this one's very important. Very important.
When we're talking about that, might as well highlight the bot lane itself. I think these two are like the highlight of the battle between them.
Yeah.
We're looking at Namex and Xdrop. Xdrop has been disgustingly good. He's top of the league. I don't know how Nata is getting like the player of the week when you have Xdrop just getting those Ezreal games with a 19-1 KDA. And on the other side, Namex has a big mountain ahead of him to climb. And Doctor, it's your time to talk about this right now. DMG versus Verdant. We have a focus on the bot side as well. I know you love the top, but what else?
I mean, honestly, I'm very excited to see Xdrop playing today, because I've looked into the statistics a little bit. We've been talking about that Ezreal, and apparently in his game against VNC, he had 45,000 damage, and his share was 38% of the damage dealt by the team. So that pretty much gives you to, brings you to the point of, Jesus Christ, this guy is a menace, right?
Yeah.
But overall, from this game, what I'm really interested to see, and I'm always really, whenever I'm doing any kind of splits, whenever I'm looking at any kind of professional games and professional players, is I feel like this is going to be a testament not that much maybe to the skill of the players, but their psychological resistance. It's kind of like, okay, now you roll me a d20 on your wisdom save, because you have to make sure that you don't break under that pressure. And that goes both to DMG and VIR, right? It's both of the teams, they have a lot on the stake here. And with that being said, I'm just really interested to see how the game is going to go. Is it going to be a slow one because they're going to try to take it slowly? Is it going to be a quick one because both of them are going to try to rush to that victory?
Well, I can give you the answer to that. Verdant typically slow the game down and play fairly passive. DMG are going to be a lot more bloodthirsty. You can already see they're looking to slow the game down. Got the Ivan, the Tristana, so they want some scaling locked in there. Corki getting picked up as the first pick there for Skate Rock. Now, crucially, the Cassante is left open. Bucci had a terrible game on it yesterday, and I really sung his praises as the best Cassante in the league. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick it up. Sheehan had an even more miserable game, though, on the Darius. 1 kill participation for his team, so he did absolutely nothing, but did play versus a Vayne, to be fair. But it was a pretty rough game for him. DMG looking for an AP jungler, knowing they're going to be running this Corki mid and probably Namex on an ADC like a Kaiser or something like that, locking this one in. I think, for me, I would like to just see the Bucci blind pick of the Cassante here, because I would be surprised if it makes through the next ban phase. Rel is open as well to someone like Snubby.
Exactly.
So there are a few options up and available. They decide to forsake the Cassante, pick themselves up the Rel, and now moving into this next pick phase, well, I assume this will probably be some level of support like a Leona, potentially for Calm Sky. We know he defaults to that.
Could be Nautilus, theoretically.
It could be Nautilus, yes, yeah. I think
provide you some engage, provide some CC as well, and I reckon top lanes should be left alone on the first half of the pick, specifically because of what you said. Both top laners yesterday had a complicated match, and Bucci, for instance, was on Twitter talking about it. They lost faith in me. I'm still Bucci, so he wants to come in and just kill everybody. And Shihan needs that counter to the top side, so I think that will be the last pick coming in from Verdant. They need a top lane counter because Bucci is looking for blood. So yeah, might as well pick something for Xdrop afterwards, and then you try to save Shihan.
Yeah. I'm curious what these ban phases going to look like, because remember that Tristana
Yeah.
is technically flexible. Realistically, you're going to see it go mid. The Cassante ban is the only thing I knew was a guarantee coming in here. Now it's over to Bucci. I assume he's going to look maybe towards some answers towards whatever he's going to be blind picking top lane. There is a world where they just look to pinch the ADC pool a little bit more, but they know that X drop is realistically going to pick an ADC, and then they will be blind picking top and then counter picking ADC. So I think this is most likely, just going to trim X drop's pool a little bit and force him onto something maybe a little lower down that ladder. Remember, both the Corki and the Trist could technically flex. Realistically, we'll see them probably go into that mid lane. Wonder what this next ban's going to be. I mean, you could go for things like...
This could be a Renekton. You take away the Renekton from Bucci, and then you take the Ezreal from X-Drop. I think those are targeted bans coming in from both teams as they're trying to...
Absolutely
the last
might be,
few
yeah.
seconds,
I don't think you want to blind pick Renekton, though, so it's almost kind of like a wasted ban, in
it's
my opinion.
Bucci.
The Gragas is definitely a safer bet, actually, because we know Bucci does play this one. It has basically no losing lanes. Like, Gragas is so miserable to play into top. So I think that's a way safer ban. I think the Renekton, if it's picked up by DMG blind, you can just find an answer to it. And right now, I'm looking at what are these teams missing? What are Verdant missing right now? It's AP. So AP top laners is a very realistic thing that we could see come out here from Sheehan. You got things like Kennen up and available if you want to go down that route. So I'd be interested to see what they decide to pick up. The Jax being the final ban here. Sheehan does play that Jax as well. As you see, the kind of Darius Jax player. Very, very kind of trade aggressive player. Going to see X-Drop just get his hands on the Varus and now moving over to DMG. What are they going to pick up? I mean, Ez is probably the safe pick here, to be honest.
Probably yes, but to be honest, I am absolutely in love with that pickup of Varus because I feel like it kind of... okay, never mind. It's not going to be Ezreal.
He's a one-trick pony, so he's always...
Fair enough. I got excited for a second there. But I do like the pickup of Varus because I feel like it brings a lot of balance right now to what Verdant have already picked for themselves. Right? They've got a Tristana that's not going to have that much of a higher rate than Varus, and Varus, of course, got a little bit of that both in that patch as well. So that seems to be like overall a good idea. Right, but right now what you have both of your hands is hard engage as Verdant, and you also do have the range on your hands as well. That's relatively lax on the side of DMG. So in general, I am pretty much in love with this pick.
Yeah, we talked about it.
It's
He's
good.
so much more powerful right now.
Absolutely. Now, we did see the Renekton get blind picked there by Bucci. This Aatrox hover is obviously going to be like the kind of default pickup here for Sheehan. You could technically go down a tankier route and just try and eat the pressure of Bucci, but I mean, here's my major concern for both the top laners. I mean, mostly for Bucci. You have a Karthus. Like, he's going to clear incredibly fast, but like, there's not that much synergy. When you see a Renekton, you think of like, you know, the Elise Renekton or the Nidalee Renekton. Now, I think Bitsy is the person who played Nidalee. Someone played Nidalee, but I mean, regardless...
Yoka.
Oh, it was Yoka. Yes, you are correct. It was Yoka. Regardless, there's not a lot of synergy for this Renekton to play off, so what you're expecting to probably see is Bucci rotate for Bitsy, more than Bitsy rotating into Bucci's lane. On the other side, Ivern is so annoying, because you going in for a fight 1v1, and suddenly they get a big old shield, they get a bush to hide in, and they have, you know, the snare, they have all of the utility of the Ivern. So I think Sheehan's going to be feeling relatively comfortable with his top side. Bucci's going to have to pilot this very, very well.
So with this in mind, we got the Champion Select, we got both teams ready. One can lock in playoffs if they win, the other one can be locked out. So if the miracle run is to happen for Verdant, it's on them to start winning by this game. And with that in mind, Hiprain and Dr. Brillman, I want to know your predictions after the Champion Select. I want to know if you're staying strong with the predictions you made earlier in the day, or if you want to swap it around.
Go on, Doctor, go first.
I might be a little bit of a hotter take from my side, but I am pretty much in love with Verdant's draft. I feel like it's very well rounded. So, based on that draft, I think I'm gonna go towards Verdant here. I think they have it a bit more to my liking. I would say it like this.
Okay,
I'll say
Verdant, Hiprain.
my issue with Verdant is they have a severe lack of AP damage on that team. I think DMG, while their team's probably a little harder to execute, they have just proven to be the better team. So nameplates off and on, I'm actually still favouring what DMG have, because I think their team is maybe slightly harder to execute, but more well-rounded.
Well, let's see if the on-hit Varus will make any sort of difference, or if X-Drop will play the poke one. Let's poke the casters as they're getting ready to jump into Summoner's Rift. Take it away, Initialize, and the Fox.
Ow! It's got poked. Who does that? Pretty rude, to be honest. Foxy, good to have you with me. It's been a hot minute since we've been on cast together.
It has been.
How are you doing, mate?
I'm good. I'm excited. I'm excited to be doing some good old NLC, especially as we're closing out, you know, the weeks and these games. Like, you know, like the desk mentioned, it's a big deal here. Verdant lose, they're out of playoffs. You know, it's Dunzo.
Yeah.
So big stakes today.
And if DMG win, I believe they lock themselves in as well. So this is a big game for both teams. Verdant, if they wanted to make that playoffs run, it would have to be a long and arduous road to get there, but still got to wait, of course, to get into that point anyway. Question then, because we've heard the desk get a little bit split there on the comps as well, and we've both been having a discussion behind the scenes as well. You think DMG have probably got the better comp in your eyes?
Yeah, I think I echo some of the sentiments that Jake said there. Lack of damage profile, I'd say, for Verdant could be a problem. And whereas, you know, well, specifically, you got a lot of physical damage, you don't really have any magic damage at all. Could be an issue as we see as the game goes on, but let's not waste any more time. Let's end this game and we'll see how it plays out.
Well-reasoned concerns there, Foxy, as we head on to the Rift. As you're kind of right that lack of magic damage could prove problematic, but then we're also discussing, like, Steel Cap's super valuable for DMG this game for obvious reasons, but who's realistically going to be building that much armor? The Renekton will get some, the Rel will get there eventually after something like a Warmogs, but it's not going to be like we're into an Ornn or even a Leona or something which just builds all of those resists so freely.
Yeah, exactly. You're not wrong. So there are worse team comps to be a heavy AD team, right? Exactly as you mentioned, it might take a little bit more time to get through someone like the Rel, and plated steel caps will get a lot of value, and you'll see most likely, you know, even Skater will be picking those up on the Corki.
Sure.
But yeah, to be perfectly honest, it could be worse here for Verdant, and I think, you know, you still have some other redeeming qualities in your team, right? If you want to look at the positives, and Ivern plus a front line for 2 ADCs is pretty good, and Ivern can
pretty
also
great, yeah.
he can itemize into, you know, he's got his big shield already, but he can itemize into something like the Locket, or maybe Lonely will get it, whatever. Like, it's going to be built. That against Akarthus is really nice too, so that should help mitigate his impact in this game. Bitsy, though, just, you know, I think he's been so good on these kind of AP junglers and just
really has.
farming. So I have high expectations for him to just, you know, 10 CS per minute type thing, go crazy, and be a bit of a problem for Verdant.
Worth noting as well that Bitzer has gone towards the first strike on the Karthus. I know there's been a lot of nerfs towards that rune, kind of trying to move particularly jungle abusers of that rune away from using it so freely as it was earlier on in the split, but still feeling that's going to be a good opportunity. It means that between those big fights, you can throw an ultimate on the Karthus and just look for a bit more gold as you're kind of waiting to get towards those items.
That's it. And we'll see if this first strike is paired with a Malignance, because Malignance obviously is the ultimate cooldown reduction item. And with first strike, it's kind of what you want to do on Karthus is use a lot of ultis. Personally, to be perfectly honest, I'm not a huge fan of Malignance on Karthus anymore. Like, I just feel like it doesn't give you big oomph. No, it doesn't give you massive dam. And I feel like that's what you want to do with Karthus. I feel like he's torn. Like, Karthus is torn. He wants, perhaps, like, the burn items are really good on him as well.
They are.
But Malignance is good on him too. And it's like, which one do you go for? And then, at the end of the day, none of those items really offer you big upfront oomph, right? Which is kind of what you want to be dealing with.
So interesting, because watching someone like the tier 1 jungler's been playing a lot of Karthus, and again, there's no guarantee they're building right? We've all seen the discussions about various champions and what items they're building in pro play and all that kind of thing. But what I've been seeing quite a lot of is like the double burn into Malignant's third. So you're still getting cooldown reduction on the ult, but it's still pretty rough as Harbo gets a nice chunk there onto Skate Rock. And I'll be interested to see whether that's the build path there as well for the Karthus. Notwithstanding Corki getting chunked horribly in mid lane.
Yes, so that's why you pick Tristana into Corki, or why you leave Corki up as long as you've got Tristana as an option, because she does trade very well into Corki early on, who otherwise is a very strong champion. Doping with the first gank of the game, though.
Bucci gets Conqueror stacked and look to trade this one out. Out comes the Brushmaker, and Bucci will back away with a slice and a dice, and now Harbo, in a potentially dangerous spot, will hop over the wall, but he's still going to be in the space of the Defile, and the Lay Waste doing so much work. Harbo chunked out low, but not down, and Bitze gets to roam towards the second scuttle grab of the game and get both of them for himself.
Already with that farm advantage and a nice little gank there into the mid lane. It's important to know too, like in a lane like Tristana, you know, you don't get the flash or anything like that. You know, you don't get the kill either, obviously, but just alleviating that pressure for Skate Rock means so much in a gank. Like, you don't have to go in and blow summoners and get kills or anything like that. Just helping your teammate out a little bit there. Like I say, getting rid of the pressure that Corki was facing allows him to get a nice little shove, a good recall. He's now into his tier as well, a cloth armor to take the edge off. It's very valuable. It means a lot, and it's good stuff from Bitze, who's now not only got a successful gank off, but look at that farm already. He's
going for a second clear. He basically managed. It was such an efficient gank because he clears one Scuttle Crab, walks through mid, ganks down there, gets the Scuttle Crab on the bot side, and just gets to clear again. So feeling very pleased with himself right now, having got a lot of value really out of his brief luck in mid lane. We did see a bit of a scuffle happening in bot lane, but not to really much avail right now. Slight gold lead the way of DMG right now, but you can see exactly where that is. It's out of the jungle, it's out of the top lane, where some of those early farm advantages are beginning to pay dividends.
Yeah, it's not too much to write home about just yet, but as you mentioned, just a little bit going on through here, and this Bucci Shihan matchup is certainly something that Verdant will want to have different to how it was last time around, right? So Bucci, if you can cast your mind back, Bucci picked this Renekton similar ways as he did, as he has done in this game, and was an absolute menace against Shihan. Shihan was on that Cassante, and he struggled. He really struggled. He had 7 deaths in that game. Top lane was a constant just pain point for Verdant, and Bucci was like MVP hands down. He was so good. So yeah, it's definitely something that that Verdant will want to have back here, specifically Shihan in this matchup.
I can agree with that, and also not to put too fine a point. I think that Bucci is a scary man. Look, anybody who keeps a taxidermied fox in his room just casually is not someone to take lightly.
What?
Did you not know that he did an interview where he had a taxidermied fox in his room? There was a whole interview with it.
Who is this Bucci?
Yeah.
Jesus.
On NLC no less, as bot lane the Requiem is getting summoned, as I have scared Foxy with fun facts about one of our players.
That's
Bitze
not a fun
in danger
fact,
of being
mate. That's a
collapsed
troubling
on.
fact.
Talk to Bucci about it. Bring it up with him, man.
I will. Bloody hell. Speaking of troubling, a 3-man invader
Oh,
with a
boy.
crumble extra up, he's down. Rip.
He drops it like it hot. There you go. Namex will pick that one up, and a nice gank towards the bot lane. The follow-up damage after Bitze ulted a little earlier. Too much to deal with.
Yeah, no bueno right there. You have to respect the fact if you're all by yourself under your turret because your support's gone roaming, you're not safe. But very well punished there by DMG, knowing that Calm Sky had gone for the invade onto Bitze. So not worth it though, obviously.
Oh, hang on.
Dopamine now. Second gank of the game.
Still got himself a fairly decent chunk, does Bucci, though. Shihan not enjoying his time there. In the end, we see the gank that Bucci just presses R and says, I'll take both of you once, thanks.
It's good. It's good pressure absorption here for Bucci, but I wonder if now with that ultimate on cooldown, like, is that the success? Because he's coming back. Ivan's on his way back.
Can do exactly that. There's the Conqueror stack for both sides. Bucci has flash, maybe forced to pop it. Daisy is also here. That's why Dopamine left and Bucci dies. You said good pressure absorption, but for how long? Well, about 10 seconds.
And there it is. Nice. Third gank already. Topside for Dopamine against Bucci. Bucci must be feeling like he's getting the VIP treatment. He's, I mean, but he's playing under an Aatrox's tower. Like, he's got to be expecting something. And yeah, I mean, at least, you know, if Dopamine shows topside for DMG, then it's like he's, you know, he's not anywhere else, and this Tristana can get a lot of, get a lot of pressure going on, specifically in bot side as well. So, you know, Bucci kind of doing his job, but well recognized by Verdant, knowing that Bucci is a big problem for these guys and to punish it.
It's only even to up the gold, of course. There's still a significant lead in terms of CS up there. The problem is, all of that attention top has still led the Carthus to free farm his way to level 7. Looking in the other lanes, they've been farming out just fine. Of course, First Blood still went the way of Namex on this Zeri, who is a very scary prospect to be giving a gold up against.
Absolutely. A 500 gold lead here for Namex is, yeah, it's early days, but that's still relatively significant here. And bear in mind as well, when we look at the pattern for Verdant, how they find success, it's very much through X-Drop, right? This bot lane, as far as damage share goes, statistically, Verdant is one of the teams that has the most damage in an ADC or in their bot lane, right? A lot of other teams, well, I'll just give you an example of DMG, like the damage split, 25% is Bucci, 25% Skate Rock, 25% is Namex. It's spread across the board. Verdant, on the other hand, 19% for Shihan, 23 for Harbo, 33 for X-Drop. They rely on him a lot to get wins, and so far, the fact that he's behind in this game, as far as game plan goes for DMG, like, they're doing it right. You know, they've identified that, and they've put him down.
They are exactly that. Bucci needs to get on out of those infernal chains, and does get out there. As these the Malignants first, by the way. You did call it, and there it is. Bitse going straight towards being able to ult as regularly as possible. And you were also right about the steel caps on Corki. I mean, again, that shouldn't be a surprise considering the comp they're into, but glad to see my Colorcaster is up on the game today.
He's not totally useless.
Yeah, not entirely useless, only slightly, you know,
Just
vaguely
a little
useless.
bit. Yeah. Just enough to remain charming, but not much more.
Is that the requirement? Is top lane flash for the W? Serious value back, but not quite enough. I'm too busy laughing at my Colorcaster to pay attention to what's happening on screen, apparently. Bot lane, seeing some attention from DMG down here, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Bitse did pull the ultimate to try and help save Bucci, but it just wasn't quite there. A second boot to go alongside the first, made out of crocodile skin.
That's it, though, isn't it? And that's the cooldown on the Carthus ulti. Big cooldown early, yeah. We do have that Malignance coming through, so the cooldown will be slightly lower, but still pretty significant. Getting that first ultimate from Carthus and it not really doing anything here. Quite a big deal for DMG, as Verdant might look to contest this one. I don't think they'll be able to stop it, but will they fight?
Calm skin to the backside, there's a lot of value down. The damage back onto X-Drop though, he's gone. Bitse likely to fall afterwards, but Bucci is teleported in, trying to get some damage down. He's stunned up briefly by the shield of Daybreak, but Namex continue to free fire best they can. The rockets landing, the Infernal Chains land briefly onto Stabby, but there will be no further they can stop. A flash from Kamsky keeps him alive, but a stun onto Harbo, and flip back with the mount up, and Bucci gets the Tristana. 2 down and Dragon.
DMG also should be turning towards the grubs off of this one. Maybe a plate or two in that mid lane as well. It's a big deal here for DMG. Successful team fight plus the objectives. Pretty much all they could ask for. Dopamine now may have moved a little bit too far forwards.
The Shattering Strike breaks the shield, and Bucci gets vengeance for all the ganks earlier from 0-2 to 2-2.
Well, this is it. All those attention into topside. What did it really achieve for Verdant? Not too much, and I think you have to really recognize where your bread is buttered if you are Verdant here. It's all about X-Drop, and it's the X-Drop show. Like I mentioned before, the last time these two teams met, mind you, there were 11 kills for Verdant. And 9 of them were on X-Drop. He finished the game 9-1-0, and they lost in 30 minutes, for goodness sake. This man's been on the struggle bus when it comes to what his teammates can do to support him. He does his best, but you have to think here, in this game, like 0-2-0, you know, he's pretty far behind the docket as well. He's been camped, a lot of attention's been flown towards him, and not so much can be said for his teammates as far as like supporting him and help making it happen, so... Yeah, not too good there for Verdant as Bitse continues to stack up.
Economy up. Let's get the first strike gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gets a bit of a chunk out there, interrupts some bank. Dopamine is here with friends in the bot lane, but Snabby also beginning to scout out some wards, aware that Verdant might be looking for someone. Scatterrot in danger, gets away with it. The turnaround now might come on through Harbo, taking around 20% HP. The Magnet Storm afterwards. Teleports begin to fly. A solar flare comes crashing down out of the sky. But look who else is here. It's Namex, who has decided to turn his burst fire full auto, continuing to fire shot after shot after shot into the tree. Dopamine gets another shield, trying to get something up, but will not survive. The kill comes down as Shihad is here, and the camera pans on over as Namex gets a double.
Oh dear, it just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it now for Verdant? Bucci didn't even join the fight. He stacked a whole massive 2, maybe even 3 waves under that top turret. The plate's going down. On the plus side, Extra was able to do something kind of similar in mid, catch back up, but with Namex getting those kills there, I don't think he's going to be catching up anytime soon at all. Plus 5 grub tower take. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy, Namex is getting funneled this game, plus 725. That's just for finishing it off. It's not even for the plates beforehand.
2,500 gold ahead. It's not even 15 minutes, Foxy.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's pretty tragic right here. This is a tough one. This is a real tough one. And with Verdant's playoff hopes on the line here, oh man, they've really dug themselves into a hole.
It's looking rough, and a note as well. X-Drop did go towards the poke. Varus build as Harbo jumped on, takes a fairly decent chunk as Bucci clears the wave. Should be okay for now. Kamsky was around, but I think Bucci reads the potential dive coming and decides to clear out the wave in short order.
I am a bit surprised at Varus going for the poke build as opposed to something more on-hit focused, because they don't have any magic damage, and we all know, you know, Varus with that on-hit build does a little bit more magic. But to be fair, at the same time, it's kind of impossible to play on-hit Varus into team comps that just want to jump on top of you, which is DMG in a nutshell. So I don't really blame him. It's just, it's tough in this draft, I guess, to be poke. It could also be an adaptation for this game, because when you're behind like this, yeah, it's even harder to play on hit, to play close range, right?
Like, at least this way you can press one button rather than have to stand there and auto attack for 5 seconds.
And from far away, right? That one button, you're
from
safe.
the other side of the screen, yeah.
Exactly. Kaching comes the Bitse ulti. Third of the game right here.
Shameless. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's an investment banker. He's not a League of Legends player.
Yeah, this kind of strategy, I quite like it in professional play, because it really does accelerate your economy. It's quite valuable. It's probably giving him like 150 gold, like half a kill already. But in solo queue, it doesn't work because everyone's fighting all the time. You know, I've tried this. I've tried this in solo queue. It's cool. It's fun for a clickbait YouTube title, but it's not viable because everyone's fighting all the time.
Look, tell me you don't do clickbait YouTube videos, man. I trusted you to make serious, entertaining, and educational
10
content.
years of skin in the game. You think I would do such a thing?
I don't know. I don't think you would. I wouldn't. Don't break my heart like that, okay?
Let's see. I've claimed that Rumble is the best ulti in the entire game. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that claim?
I think that's true. That's fair.
I said that 6 days ago.
Okay, that's
Zinzel's the early game GOAT. Do you agree with that?
Contestable, but I see the argument.
That was 5 days
As
ago.
I see, Jesus, Skyron just jumps on X-Drop, who drops again for the 3rd time this game. At least we're seeing a trade on the other side, but the problem is the base is about to be broken into by the inhibitor turret. We can make a video about this one, because this is a ridiculous shove.
Yeah, this is looking kind of tough. Bucci won't even fall down here. Verdant are now feeling, feeling the pressure. Yeah. DMG just don't care. Like, they just rotate from mid. They're now looking for something potentially bot side. There's dragons up as well. Shihan. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be long for this world. He does have his flash, but Namex is going to cut him off.
Snabby misses the Shattering Strike, but we won't talk about that as the Lightning Crash comes on down, and Snabby will assist Bitsit and the rest of the crew in getting that kill.
Can DMG take this dragon before Verdant get here, though? Because this is actually an objective bounty as well, and if Bucci isn't around, he's got no flash, no ulti. This could be a good fight, but I don't think Verdant... yeah, it would be a little bit
Varus
crazy.
is going to get here in time, I think it would be tricky in a 3v4, even with a lot of those ultimates burned. There's a second dragon. It's not like it's soul point or anything, so I feel like Verdant probably okay giving that one up for now. The problem is, more at the top of your screen, where I'm looking at a 6,000 gold lead and a team that is going to scale very well with items.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? DMG, like, we do want to give these guys credit. They've played exceptionally well, specifically recently. You know, I know they had that fall-off game yesterday. didn't really perform up to their standards. But aside from that, you know, they were what, like 5-1 in their last 6 games, if you don't count yesterday. So recent form basically has been very good, and this is much more of what we expect from DMG here in the NLC. I think starting, you know, before the NLC started, I didn't have this kind of level of expectation from DMG. But, you know, they quickly kind of proved to us within 2 or 3 weeks that actually this team was legit, and here they are, you know, solidifying their place, looking to solidify their place in playoffs, 18 minutes into the game with a 7,000 gold lead. It's looking pretty good for these guys.
They would raise the bar to entry to playoffs to 8 game wins and make life for particularly light side pretty difficult. See a bit of an engage here on Tabuchi, as I was about to have a wider conversation, but instead we're not going to get a chance because violence is occurring, and that's definitely more entertaining as the jump is interrupted. Harbo dead to rights, the buster shot does nothing but knock Namex away. It'll be Bitter that picks up the kill, but still another kill goes over. They do get Bucci on the other side, but I'm not sure how much it changes in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, the wave clear from Lethality Varus is pretty good, but not so much when you have one item in your back pocket. Not going to be able to save that turret. I don't want to sound like a Verdant hater here, and I'm absolutely not a hater, but it is so good to see a Tristana die mid-jump, trying to buffer escape CC. That is such a frustrating...
like there's some personal range.
It's such a frustrating mechanic, you know, when she jumps out of mid-CC, but not this time, not when it's Rel. So there is some satisfaction there.
Bit of Schadenfreude. Yeah, I can get behind that.
Yeah.
I feel like, do you remember when Caps was playing it into Vi and buffering out a Vi ultimate? With the Tristana W. That ability is incredibly good in skilled players' hands.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, and obviously I'm a jungle player, so I'm constantly ganking, and I'm feeling the pain of this this champ being impossible to gank. It's very frustrating right now in the meta, as you can imagine. So it's cool. Anyway, personal rant aside, yeah, this game right here. To be fair, if we're looking for Verdant, you know, this game, if they lose, they're pretty much out of playoffs. I think it's guaranteed they're out of playoffs, right? Yeah. So if they're trying to come back into this one, if you look at the goal totals, I know it's quite a hefty difference right here. You know, like a 7,000, close to 8,000 difference. But it's mostly in ADC and jungle, right? And the jungle doesn't matter too much, right? It doesn't matter if your Ivern is behind. It's Ivern, okay? It's cool. He can still function. He can still be useful, right? If he doesn't, on a low economy. So that's kind of some level of positivity there, right? They're still competitive outside of this Zeri being huge. Can Verdant buy enough time, though, to catch back up into this game, right? Like, we don't even have the mana mune done, or the Mura mana, excuse me, stacked up. There's not even a single item done on Calm Sky. No locket to be seen. It's going to take a little bit more time, and do Verdant have that time?
I'm not sure they do, and then I'm also looking at the fact that you've got 2.5 items on the Karthus, who is still going to be frustrating. He has got a gold lead for all that the Ivern's good and low economy. Karthus is great with a rich economy, so to speak. So you've got more than one carry to deal with. Killing Namex would be a great start, but there's still a 2-item Corki. There's still a 2.5-item Karthus. Hell, this Renekton isn't entirely out of the game for all you've targeted him. He's still a couple hundred gold ahead of your own Aatrox.
It's looking kind of tough, I'm not going to lie. I was trying to paint a pretty picture, but it's objectively not a pretty one. This is a cheeky little ward on the outside of the Baron Pit, though. It will allow Verdant to at least have the info that this dragon is going down, but will they be able to stop it? That's a different question. It's looking unlikely.
Dopamine can come on over, and if you can root caller in, maybe there would have been an angle, but not going to be there in time. Double AD carry plus the Karthus does swift work to Baron Nashor, and it will fall to the hands of DMG.
Tough situation to be in right here if you're Verdant. Again, they just want time and they're not being given it. This dragon will be spawning in 15 seconds, but DMG not going to give this one up for free right here. Well, maybe they will actually. They don't seem to care too much.
Yeah. Maybe they want to try and shove for this inhibitor that was exposed earlier, in fairness, and you can already see at the top lane, Scatterot looking to get towards that tier 2 that Shihan is looking to shadow. Next drop was being run at, but is in a speed zone, so should be able to get out to safety for now, and the dragon contested by DMG, and Verdant swiftly pull away. And they'll give that one up to DMG.
Yeah, I did wonder if there was a little bit of a a window there, but to be fair, Verdant's damage against objectives is tragic.
Foul.
It's
yeah.
really bad, especially when Tristana is topside. So yeah, fair enough. That's not going to happen. It's not Soul. It's not Soul at this point, at least. If you're Verdant, you still have something to hold on to there. Just clear the waves, boys. We know the Baron Nash is up. That's going to be ticking away. If we can just get through this Nash without them taking everything on the map, maybe, just maybe, we have a bit of hope here as we can scale into the game. Ardent Sensor and Redemption now for Ivan. The Sensor, pretty valuable with Tristana. Not so much with the Varus, who's gone on hit.
No.
Not gone on hit, mind you, but...
Flash. Harbo in danger, does finally manage to buffer up, but the damage in some ways already done. That tier 2 falls. Redemption comes on down and keeps Harbo relatively topped up. There's a ward in that bush just briefly, but it is swiftly swept away. And the siege continues for DMG, who were looking for Harbo, who, in the end, doesn't end up going down.
Who skips the Warmogs. Oh!
Damage onto the Karthus. That's actually pretty huge. Doesn't quite go down quite yet. Binzer is tanky enough, and now the turnaround onto Karpsky means he comes crashing down afterwards. And Karthus sings a song of vengeance. The burn onto X-Drop. Flash forwards from Namix, who gets a triple. Won't be able to secure anything resembling a penta, but the multi-kill's still there. The team is ace. The base is broken. And DMG wipe Verdant from the map. Wipe their hopes away of playoffs. And DMG themselves lock themselves in.
8 wins for DMG will be good enough to lock themselves in, as you say, and unfortunately for Verdant, their time here, the NLC Summer, it won't be extending past week 8. It was a tough game for them right from the get-go, but DMG just proving why they're one of the better teams here in the league.
Well, that's a huge one there. Verdant going to be really disappointed. It kind of went wrong from the very early stage of that game, but credit over to DMG for playing out a really crisp game. I think at best we're looking at maybe Venom, Crest, and Lightside could potentially tie them at the 8 wins alongside Nord, but see where head-to-heads and stuff go. I believe they've locked it in, but I'm sure the desk will clarify that for us. But they'll do that after this break, so they'll see you after that.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
We have ourselves our third team locked into playoffs. DMG looking into that position. We still don't know the seed itself, but they already locked themselves a position into playoffs, which means they're also going to EMEA Masters. Verdant on the other side are removed from the play towards playoffs, and they are no longer allowed to play for that situation. We need to break down the game to understand what happened, because it looked like, hey, Verdant were playing really well yesterday. They were fighting with all they had. What happened today? Was it due to the draft itself or inside mentality when they jumped into the Rift?
I think it was a little column A, little column B, to be honest. I think Verdant, they drafted themselves into a corner in this game. Only had one lane they could really attack, which was Bucci in the top lane, who, yes, they took out a couple of times, but I think Bucci did a very good job of eating that pressure and giving openings to his team. On the other side, DMG just read that. They read exactly what the game plan was. They played super well around it. They got lots of objectives. They were attacking Verdant on multiple fronts. And to be honest, it didn't look to me like a game where Verdant were playing as if this was their last chance. They were quite lethargic in that game. Like it didn't feel like they were really doing much of anything. And they go out on a bit of a whimper at the end of the split. Now, obviously, there's still 2 games left for them to play, so they can play upset. They can try and play for a better position overall at the end of the split. But I'm sure they're going to be quite disappointed with this one, because that just looked very one-sided, that game.
I honestly couldn't have agreed more, because for me, one thing that I've absolutely loved from the side of DMG in that particular game is the fact that they were able to capitalize on enemies' mistakes, right? The mistake that Verdant are doing, they're looking at it and going, all right, what we can do about it and how we can get the best out of the situation. And I feel like that showed the most when we were going towards the bit of more of a middle of a game, when we were thinking about, okay, how we're going to play the grubs, how we're going to play the dragons, how we're going to play all of these neutral objectives. And that's when things started to unravel, because you've got a good kill on the top side of the map as Verdant. You go, okay, cool, how are we going to capitalize on that? You've got grubs and you've got the enemy that is attacking the dragon. So you would think that the good idea would be to go and try to take the grubs, steal them away from the enemies and feel happy about it. They decide to coin flip on the dragon, and I feel like that when things get a little bit risky, right? Because if you want to do that risky play, make sure that you have an answer to this, that you're coming in with a very strict plan on how you're going to execute it. And that's when we saw DMG going, oh, you're doing this? Okay, that's what we've got. Bucci's going to teleport in, and we're going to have a big old fight about it.
Yeah, also another thing I want to go to, and this isn't a criticism of either team, this is actually just a kind of a wider kind of observation I've had over the last couple of weeks with this. In the NLC, we are really big on handshaking the Corki Tristana. Typically, I don't like this Tristana answer anymore. The more and more I've watched it, especially over this week, I just think the Corki wins every trade early, and sure, Tristana has amazing scaling, can offer a lot later, but I actually was preferring things like this Yone answer we were seeing coming out of 3 of our games yesterday. I don't think Tristana goes toe-to-toe with Corki as well as people seem to think she does. And overall, I think we need to start seeing people moving away from this answer. Maybe Corki just has to start getting banned from the red side team at this point, because it feels like if you first pick that Corki, a lot of these teams are forced into picking either like a Yone or a Tristana. I think the Yone has a slightly more decent chance just because Yone is a ridiculously overtuned champion. But yeah, I just personally I'm not massively sold on this Tristana answer, so I would like to see that going forwards.
That's a good question. That's why I'm going to bring it up as soon as I talk with the person who played the Corki itself. Skidrot is waiting for us on the interview and also locked in. Congratulations! Come on, give me that smile. You just locked into playoffs.
Thank you, Archero. Yeah, it feels really good. Yeah. I'm really glad we won today.
Hipper was talking about the Corki Tristana. How do you feel about that matchup?
I mean, for me, I prefer the Corki side a lot, because I think on the plated steel caps buy, Tristana can't really do much and she starts losing the matchup, right? That's why we did first pick the Corki, even though we had the chance to go Tristana, right? So, I mean, I for sure prefer Corki side, but I think Tristana side is playable as well. She offers like different strengths than Corki.
But also, I have another question for you about yesterday. You're locked in, so we can all smile about it. But yesterday, Bucci was not playing Bucci. Things were awkward on DMG's side. I need to understand what happened yesterday, communications. How were you feeling at the end of yesterday as well?
Yeah, I don't know. Bookie's so washed, like, isn't he? I'm kidding. Of course, I think we played really bad yesterday. It's not even like Bookie's fault. I think we had like a lot of miscommunications on mid jungle and jungle bot. I don't think like we all like showed up yesterday. I'm really like sad about that, and I hope we can like make it up for playoffs somehow, because we did lose like both games against Venom Crest and both games against North. So that's something we really need to like focus on.
Because those teams could actually end up being the teams you have to fight on playoffs. That's scary when you're looking into that perspective. Yesterday, someone stated on the desk that DMG biggest strength, like their best player, is the fact that they play so well together as a synergy. Yep. Do you believe that, or you actually believe Bushi is so washed up that you need to have such synergy to make up for it?
No, I think that's very correct. Like when we play well, it's because all of us is like linking up together. We're connecting. We're communicating. I don't think anyone like shines a lot like in the wins. I think it's the team that shines together. That's definitely
makes sense. So if you had to pick a team that you would fight first on playoffs, who would you pick? Personal preference.
Oh, I would like to play Radi. I mean, it's not because we wanted. They are like really fun to play against, honestly.
Because of the chaos and the bloodshed.
Yes, it's a lot of fighting.
I see, man. Congratulations on getting your spot. It's well deserved. You guys did amazing throughout the entire split, so well deserved. I'll see you soon. It was a pleasure to talk to you, Sketchrod.
Thank you so much. See ya.
See ya. There you go, man. Picking Ruddy, like.
A lot of people are wanting to humble Ruddy, man. It was that interview yesterday with Nord after the fourth game, where they were like, we are bored of Ruddy kind of bullying the lesser teams. It's time someone humbles them and puts them in their place. People are coming for Ruddy, man. They are ready to take them out. Whether or not they can do it is another thing, right? Like it's a big ask to take out Ruddy, because they are.
But if you think about it,
Tell me.
if you have to aim for someone, right? If there is someone you want to play against, why not just instantly aim for the top of the mountain and go, okay, if we humble them, nothing can stop us from from our final target.
I mean, if you are a team who thinks you can win the best, win the league and be the best in the league, if you can't beat any other team, if you're like scared of another team, you're probably not good enough to actually beat them. So it's nice to see that teams aren't scared of Ruddy. They obviously recognize they're a capable team, but I don't think they think they're like leaps and bounds ahead of them, although statistically they are right now, especially if you look at the fantasy league. Each five player Ruddy absolutely killing it. But yeah, it was one thing I do want to say.
Was rigged from the start.
It was nice hearing Skaterot talk about the Corki Tristana match. He doesn't think it's as one-sided as I do, but he touched on something which completely skipped my mind on why this matchup seems so miserable for Tristana, and that's plated steel caps. Triss can't build plated steel caps. I mean, she can, but like, why would you do that? It would be terrible for her. Where the Corki,
shooting your own foot.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, Corki can just build them, and he's super chill, and it literally wins the lane. So it was really interesting seeing him kind of get that insight on it. And it's something that's kind of like, I should have really picked up on, but, I'm a play-by-play, so I'm a bit of a dum-dum. And it kind of just went over my head.
You play casted champions, You like to cast abilities, and Corki is more of that sort. Well, Tristana is an AD carry, which is not your main ground, so I understand your point of view. But thankfully, you brought in the two perspectives as a mid laner, who actually has some elo. So that's important. Now, moving on to the next game, we have Venom Crest versus Nord. Oh boy, this will provide a lot of action throughout the entire map. There'll be a lot of roaming around, but it's not only about the roam itself, it's also about the top laners who have been providing constantly from Venom Crest and Nord as well. I'm biased, I'm a top laner 100%, but when you have Lenny and Nile, I mean, you gotta give them attention. Like, these are the crème la crème. Since we're talking a little bit in French, like, this is the crème la crème, Nile and Lenny.
Yeah, these two are very, very good at the game. Very, very good. This split, I think there's been so many good contenders for like top laner. But Nile has just been a consistently good top laner throughout the years he's been around on this league. He's been around for a long time at this point. This matchup, though, as much as I know you're a top lane fan and these are the guys you want to look at, for me, my eyes right now are on the Nord side. Romeo, just the guy is everywhere over the map. The Rome is in the name. Really, really solid player, but also their new player for the side of Nord here, Yoka. Yoka has seriously upset the apple cart in a good way for the side of Nord. I think there's been a massive improvements, and they were already looking good. Don't get me wrong, they are right now 8-3 in the standings. They've only dropped 3 games this season, and with the addition of a new jungler, it's felt like a big step up for the side of Nord, and it feels like that stride forwards towards Ruddy level what came with Yoka. His champ pool's very diverse, pulls out things like the Nidalee, like we saw him play. I think that was his first game or second game or something. He pulled that out super early upon joining into the team. And yeah, I obviously I'm gonna have a little bit of a Nord bias here. I'm truly a Nord believer. I'm well aboard that hype train right now. But yeah, for me, it's Romeo and Yoka, the 2 people on the side of Nord I've got my eyes fixated on.
I have to go with Archerum though, because I'm super excited for that top lane.
Yes.
Mainly because if you look at both Nalin and Lenny, you can see that both of them have been playing a lot of different champs. I know that Lenny has 4 games on Xante, but first of all, he played a game with Skarner, which is already quite interesting since he's one of these top laners that is not afraid to pick Skarner now. And second of all, when you have both of the top laners with that amount of different champions that they can play out, and I also have to be biased towards it because Archerum, I've also been playing a lot of top this season since I absolutely enjoy it. I'm always interested in see these little skirmishes between the top laners, right? It's these little skill check matchups that happen that drag my attention, and I go, okay, I want to see them fight. You know, like a good old Irish pub fight. That's what I'm looking forward to see.
Oh man, Doctor, I love your accent. We were talking about it in the game, man, but like it's so crazy to have like a guy born in Russia with a Brummie accent. I love it. It's such a cool accent.
I'm so jealous, actually. Yeah.
Talking about the picks and bans, Brummie is genuinely my favorite accent in England. I absolutely love it. Anyway, going into the picks and bans and what we've seen, we are seeing the Yone ban. I was talking about the Yone. I'm glad to see that get taken up. A lot of jungle attention on Yoka there. You got the Ivan, the Maokai, the Sejuani banned away, but at least so many big junglers like the Lilia, Karthus, Zyra was banned away by the side of Nord, but there's so many powerful AP junglers up and available, and we know Yoka likes to play those. Instant lock-in on the Corki, no surprises there. As much as I don't like it, I do think this is a Tristana answer here, along with either like an ADC or a support.
They're trying to bait in the Nidalee.
Okay.
Forgot about him.
Yes, he was also tweaked. Keep that in mind on 14.13 as well. Last time they met, Nile and Lenny, I just want to remind everybody that Nile is the beast of the top lane. He got demolished. He got completely destroyed by Lenny. So trying to bait something interesting. Tristana and Brand. So that is going to be the rotation towards Venom Crest. I believe now as Nord, you're going to lock in the jungler and maybe the support. Let's see what Yoka is capable of bringing, because we've seen a lot of AP champions alongside then Italy. But also Romeo. You have a lot of roamers and Relics available.
Want to talk a little bit about this Brand nerf, because it actually doesn't affect Brand jungle. It was more lane focused nerf. It dealt with his mana regeneration. It did nerf his E scaling. The base levels is the same, and then it drops by a little bit. But Xin Zhao is a solid answer to that, Brand. Obviously, you do have the ability for Brand to kind of get a full combo off, but realistically, early, Brand is quite a squishy champion. Xin Zhao, a very aggressive skirmishy champion. I like this pickup here by Nord.
I feel like it's also a very, very good answer into Tristana, right? Because I believe even Initialize and Fox were talking about that in the previous game, about the rocket jump that Tristana has, right? That allows her to get out of a lot of very hard situations, very tight spots. But Xin Zhao is one of these champions that are not going to allow you to do that. As soon as you get the mark in, I don't care if you're going to be jumping around, I'm still going to be able to chase you down. Right, so we've seen in the previous game how much Karthus is bringing in and how much control his presence itself with the Requiem already has. But I feel like with the addition of Xin Zhao, right now, you've been talking about the unfavored position of Tristana in the Corki Tristana handshake. I feel like right now Tristana's position is even worse because of the pickup of Xin Zhao.
Yeah, now obviously this Corki is flexible. So it could be like Hwei support or Hwei mid. Corki can then flex between ADC and support. I mean, technically we have ADC players who play the Hwei as well, though I'm looking more at Fruity Fresh on that one. But we do know that is in the wheelhouse. So Nord also haven't really revealed their hand too much here. So same with this Tristana, still technically a flexible pick. A lot of support focus coming in, though, from the side of Venom Crest. They banned the Leona, they banned the Nautilus. Not overly surprised off the back of that one. Nord actually banning the ADC pool a little bit and trimming that one down. So we could see... Well, we know that Corki or Hwei are going in bot lane or mid. So I kind of understand the emphasis on those bans coming in from them. The answer is what is the support going to be here for Nord? Or is this Hwei actually just really big brain and it's going in the support role? We will see shortly. But right now, I'm expecting this to probably just be that ADC or mid pickup here for the side of Venom Crest, depending on where the Tristana goes. Yeah, that's... I actually, if they do lock this, I really like this. I really like this. I mean, obviously we shouldn't talk others, but I'm just going to talk about it right now because you have damage. You have Tristana and you have the brand.
Never mind.
You actually add an extra layer of damage here with the Zeri. I kind of messed with the Seraphine a little bit more than the Zeri here. We'll see what the answer's going to be out here from Nord. But
I do agree though with the Seraphine because I feel like it would be a great answer to Xin Zhao, I feel like, right?
Yeah,
because especially with the Encore, whenever Xin Zhao is going to initiate into your team when the team fight is going to begin, with that Encore you can do so much disruption. Now with that pickup of Alistar, I feel like that VNC are getting closer and closer into the position when they all have to deal with so much CC that it's going to be really, really annoying. And also, I mean, yeah, sure, it does depend on the last pickup, right? It depends on the last top lane pickup. There can be a lot of things that you can theoretically look towards. So, yeah, and it's still going to provide you that CC. That's the thing, right? It's going to give you the all-out, the knock-up, anything. Or you can do Scar now.
Finally!
You can do the Scar now. And that pretty much gives you the same amount of kid that you need with Xanthi.
Right.
Tristana is going to have a bad time. Zeri is going to have a bad time. And Rel right now starts to pretty much just weep in the corner. So I love that draft from Nord.
I don't want to see this. We did see it yesterday. I don't want to see this. What I actually want to see is something like a Mordekaiser. Obviously, it does lean you heavily towards having double AP topside. The Cassante is not terrible, but the Mordekaiser is a straight up good lane.
I agree.
For it. Because right now, Skarner's damage and Skarner's numbers are just too high. Strip 10% of those stats away from him and give them to yourself. You're going to win that fight every time. I don't particularly dislike the Cassante because I know a lot of our players, especially Lenny and Bucci are like two big Cassante enjoyers in the league. I just think I would have preferred the Mordekaiser, but then again, I guess you do have a little bit of an argument of double AP topside, which means Nilly can just rush a Kate at Rukin or something like that. I don't know. Oh, this is a hard draft to call.
But especially the cage, right? Especially the cage of Mordekaiser. That, especially when we're talking a matchup about with Skarner. I know that this is a little bit of a one-trick pony type of thing, and Mordekaiser's ultimate is not that good because you can build a QSS in and it's going to be all fine.
No, it doesn't work anymore. QSS got nerfed. You can't QSS.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's actually true. I'm too stuck in the old paradigm
anymore. Yeah.
So that's the thing as well,
he's not bringing you back into this game, though. There's a lot of CC from one side, and it's Nord. Like, let's talk about Nord. They have a lot of CC. On the other side, you have a brand, and the composition from Nord, they all play alongside each other. Only Wei has some actual range. So Brand can benefit a lot. So when you see these two compositions, I want to get predictions before I toss them to the casters. Here, Brian, you first, then Doctor.
This is actually a very hard one to call, even prior to the picks and bans. I've got a lot of faith in Nord. I do also have a lot of faith in Brand as a champion right now, so I have to kind of give Venom Crest their due on that. I'm going to cautiously say Nord here. I'm not losing faith, but this is honestly a very hard draft for me to call.
I agree, because there's a lot of things on Venom Crest's side that I feel like are going to work really, really well. But the amount of that CC that Nord is just bringing down to the table, I can't. I feel like this is going to provide them with the win that they want. So I'm going to say Nord.
Okay, Venom Crest really needs this win if they want to look for playoffs. It doesn't lock them in, but gets them closer. And that battle is kind of heated right now. So without further ado, let's toss it to the casters who are waiting to jump into the Rift itself. Take it away, initialize in Fox. Don't drop.
Yeah, don't drop it, Fox. Don't Don't drop it. Well, what happens if you drop?
Or if I drop
The whole camera went with that, by the way.
I think that's something different, isn't it?
I'm gonna leave that one alone. If you got apple bottom jeans on, mate, just out of interest, you know.
No comment. No comment.
So, moving swiftly back to League of Legends before we make this a very different kind of stream. Two drafts in some ways are relatively similar. Well, it turns out by the looks of it, we've got a technical pause. Once we find out what it is, we'll let you know. But until then, it gives us a moment to muse about the various drafts and see what we've got there, because it feels mostly pretty even. And we've got the Hui bot lane that's a bit of a surprise. We've also got this Xin Zhao versus Brand, who've got very different styles of game they want to play.
Yes, that's where my eyes are going to be focused on, at least to begin with. The Xin Zhao and Joker specifically, or Yoka. This man who's come through and
I'm gonna go with Yoka, I think, but until I'm told
I
otherwise.
know he's German, and that's the problem, because Germanic, if he was like,
it'll be a Y then, yeah.
Anywho, so yeah, this man's been doing crazy things. He's been really good in the jungle. He's really enabled, you know, some like this new era, I guess, for his team to kind of bloom and to turn into something special. And they've been really good recently, right? Like let's see, they're on a 4-game win streak so far. So
they are, yeah. They went from 4-3 to 8-3.
Yeah, the only team with more wins recently is Ruddy, who is our best team in the league. So yeah, they've been doing some really, really nice things. A bit of a slow start, but this man really has just turned on the renaissance for Nord. It's really crazy stuff, and I love Xin Zhao. I think Xin Zhao's a really, really strong champion in the meta, and there are a lot of champions around right now that are powerful laners, but don't tend to do too well when you put them under pressure, like someone like Tristana, for example, just an example there. But haven't, you know, traditionally right now in the current meta, been too many champions that really gank a lot early, right? It's a lot of farming jungles, and so these lane dominant champions can do whatever they want to do. Xin Zhao should throw a spanner in those works.
Well, not to gank our discussion, but I believe the game is ready, so let's head on to something a little more interesting, eh? And exit stage right. Casters enter stage left. The teams onto the Rift. It took us a slight moment to get in there, but I appreciate that discussion you started off there about the Xin Zhao, because it does feel like a lot of our early aggressive junglers have somewhat fallen away from being the priority they were, say, in spring, after things like the Fated Ashes and stuff have come on through. But part of that difficulty has been... What have you spotted?
Sorry. Please talk. Sorry,
I heard you was always spotted something like that.
I have spotted something. I have. We can get to that after. It's cool.
That's fine. I was supposed to say, well, one of the big things is like trying to find magic damage somewhere in your composition, but of course, the Hui bot lane, I kind of call it surprise. It's not really for the NLC. We've got a lot of our bot lanes who really do love to bring that out in that role, and that means you can theoretically fill in something like the Xin Zhao as long as you get the magic damage from somewhere, and this time around you've got the Hui to help fill in that role.
Yeah, exactly. You do. That's also, I really quite like the meta right now in the sense of the flexibility of draft, and a lot of that is because of AP junglers and Fated Ashes being so viable. It means you can chuck a lot of, you know, more AD focused champions in your solo lanes, and of course the ability to have AP junglers, AP champions in bot side, like the way as you mentioned. So yeah, got a lot of different split rounds here, and Yoka now though. For Nord on this brand, this is what caught my attention, was the electrocute specifically here. You don't see electrocute too much on brand, right? Normally it's pretty much just a standard Dark Harvest pickup. Electrocute is much more... Hold on, can we focus, see if he gets the triple... we're not going to see it, never mind. There's a little trick you can do on brand, by the way, where you can activate your passive at level 2, even though you normally need to use 3 abilities to do it. Yeah, you have to time it right, but you can do it. It's only viable for literally 2 camps the entire game, but it does speed up the kill. If the observer can hear me, can we literally just watch Brand kill these wolves just for real quick? Is that possible? I don't know if he can hear us or not. Probably
if
not.
they're paying attention, maybe. Otherwise, you're just talking to the void.
To be totally fair, it's an odd request. Who wants to watch a jungler like your.
I say this as a fellow jungler. I get super nerdy about that guy. They're like, oh, I can learn how pathing works, hooray!
It's a pretty cool little min-max thing, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, either way, he's level 3 now, so it doesn't matter anymore. Jake nailed it on the desk as well. There've been some brand nerfs, but that did affect him mostly as a laner because it was more directed towards his E. And Brand Jungle doesn't care about his E too much. It's purely a setup, essentially, for his Fated Ashes and AoE camps, and for his passive. He doesn't put points into his E until he's, got points in Q and W, and so yeah, it doesn't affect him at all. So yeah, Brand Jungle's still very, very strong, still viable, still rocking around. Although to be fair, next patch he's actually getting nerfed again. But
I mean, rightly so. The champion feels very strong right now. But also things I think finally we're seeing the likes of Rumble get nerfed as well. Chatting with the likes of Aragon, they're just sort of saying, look, it doesn't really feel like there's anything that wins or can match Rumble in lane right now, so he just inevitably comes out of lane with significant advantages unless people really get involved in taking the Rumble down a peg.
It's like, I saw the list of nerf champions. It was like Lilia, Nidalee, Rumble, Brand, Zyra, and I'm like, bro, Fated Ashes, mate. Fated Ashes just sitting in the corner like, it's not me, bro, it's not me. It's these guys with the drama. I'm cool, man. I'm squeaky clean. Like, nah, dude, just surely you touch Fated Ashes.
All this does is bring Fiddlesticks into the meta. That's all I'm saying.
Fiddlesticks is, he's an interesting case actually, isn't he? Yeah, well, good old Fiddlesticks. What happened to him?
So it's been interesting because I was chatting with a couple analysts, and I Molecule on Twitter was saying, like, actually he reckons Fiddlesticks is really strong right now. It's just such a weird, like, clear that junglers don't want to put the time into learning such a distinctive champion.
That's also quite true. It's effort. No, you're not wrong. And we know pro players are lazy. Like, they genuinely, it is something to learn, and that is a barrier for entry. Plus, in professional coordinated play, it is easy to disrupt. So
for sure.
Yeah, that could be a thing. I think he's more of a solo queue based champion anyway than professional play. Not to say that he can't work in professional play, but just like he kind of thrives in more chaotic situations and less vision, essentially a less controlled map where Fiddlesticks can get some good ultimates off. That's what he wants to do. Either way, there's no Fiddlesticks in this game. Brand's been powering through the jungle, got his Fated Ashes on his first clears, taken his Gromp, and is now onto his walls again. Essentially very similar to what Xin done, except Brand was able to pick up 2 crabs. Both scuttle crabs. Which
I saw him miss most of that wave there, by the way.
We didn't see it. No. Definitely not. Absolutely not. So yeah, pretty even stuff so far here across the boards early on in this game.
Yeah, not too much going on. We'll have grub spawning shortly, and that might be a point of concern because Brand notoriously does those very, very quickly, but no early ganks, especially laning has been pretty nominal. The Corki initially ahead of the Tristana, bot lane the Zeri slightly ahead of the Wei, but that's kind of it. Not really seen anything super exciting so far into the game. Just been us musing about various things like Fated Ashes really is. Maybe this might be the moment, as Nilla might look to go all out. In that moment, I say there's not been much action. We get a flash in top lane, as Nilla was debating an all-out to drag Lenny towards his jungler.
Thinking about it. There is no flash. It's pretty as well, but I don't think he's enough. No, he's getting out of that one. The minion wave pushing into Nilla is a problem for Lenny here. As Joker though is just gonna go for those grubs, as you mentioned, does them very quickly. Zinzao responding with the dragon as well. Just a little handshake here of objectives. No harm, no foul. So we're gonna get a pretty aggressive trade in mid. Fierce is in trouble. Is he gonna die? No, he's vibing. He was on like, he got knocked down to like 20%.
Got a little low.
Yeah.
He's got pots and fleet footwork. He's fine. Just gonna be fine.
I mean, you're not wrong. He's also got an early cloth armor going into Ninja Tabby, so he's
hell yeah,
he'll be vibing here. Oh, you mentioned, by the way, Tristana not being a Ninja Tabby champion. Hunt's first item.
There you go, first item Ninja Tabbies. There you go, rapid fire on the Tristana.
Yeah.
Gonna be all the attack speed she needs right now as top slide. Nilla will go all out. Lenny will run him into a wall briefly, but Yoka is here with a Pyroclasm available. A Q3 comes on down, and the Scorpion is looking pretty charbroiled to me. Goes unstoppable to immune the Impale, and Nilla gets away with it. First blood over towards Yoka's Brand.
Very nice stuff. It's all lined up perfectly for Yoka here. Like, this top crab even spawned after the grub, so he literally grubs crab, got the respawn on Lenny, and yeah, the poor wave position there, unfortunately, meant that Lenny kind of needed some help from his jungler. to reset the wave, but it just wasn't happening when your jungler's on Dragon. Like, he's not there, he can't help you, so that does put you in a really sour spot. And yeah, easy first blood there for Yoka, who now is taking the top side from Theo, but unfortunately he's not going to take any more, which is going to mean he's going to be falling behind just the one camp here.
Yeah, gets away the blue buff and that Gromp, which feels like an okay-ish trade in terms of at least getting something. But the problem is the Brand is still going to out-farm you. He's one of the very fastest farming junglers in the game, especially with Fated Ashes and Haunting guys in inventory. Those camps will disappear now. A few points have gone in the various abilities.
Absolutely. Fated Ashes itself is just a complete crazy power spike for any AP jungler. Something I noticed, by the way, I know this is a little bit old, what's the word? Outdated now. But Bitsail on Karthus didn't go Fade Ashes, by the way. He rushed Malignance without Fade Ashes.
He did, yeah.
So, yeah, it's not 100% necessary, but it is certainly extremely strong, especially if you have dots already in your kit, like Brand does. It's really a no-brainer here. And curious as well, he's most likely going to be skipping Blackfire Torch. That's not going to be a thing for him in this game. He's going straight into the Leandries, most likely then into the Rileys, which is a build that's been getting a bit more popularity recently instead of the double burn.
I think Blackfire was an item that people were really excited about, that maybe people, now they've played with it a bit more, have kind of realized, maybe not entirely necessary, especially in the jungle where you get a lot of mana anyway, so you don't need that much out of the Lost Chapter, and there are other more efficient ways to build. Getting Rylai's on Brand always feels really good, similarly on Lilia. We'll note, of course, we saw that a look in bot lane that didn't really amount to all that much, so we'll leave that there as, again, a relatively slow game. As Ecstasy, I'm not going to face check the Alistair, who is resetting anyway.
Only 1,000 gold in it so far. Most of that, though, difference in the jungle, and purely it's a farm situation here, right? Almost 30 CS up is Yoka over Theocast here. 2 levels as well. Okay, just the one, but still a whole level difference.
Level in a bit.
I mean, the difficulty, right, with Xin Zhao in this game here is you're playing Xin into Brand. Brand is going to clear faster than you. That's just how it goes, right? That's how it happens. You're not trying to keep up with Brand. You're trying to outpace him as far as ganks and impact on the map goes. If you're playing this farm game against Brand, you will lose. You know, and to be totally honest, you're kind of nullifying the point of picking Xin in the first place. If we come out a lane phase 15-20 minutes into the game, you know, and Xin hasn't been able to get a few kills for his team, then this Xin pick is just suboptimal. It's just not it, you know. It's not like he wants to scale before he can take on. It's not like a Viego, let's say, right, who's someone who can be perfectly happy with going a little bit chill early and then become that like 1v1 monster and that team fight like god. Since that wants to do things early, he's not been able to do it so far for Venom Crest. That is actually quite a big worry point.
Worth calling out here as well, of course, the draft was slightly mixed up, by the way. So the champions for Venom Crest were actually Nords and vice versa. It was Lingard playing the way, which is a little bit more on theme. We know they do love those AP carries in the bot side, so worth just calling that out for those who are a little bit of an eyebrow raise as to what the difference between picks and bans and the actual game state has been. Worth noting here as well, the Luden's companion locked in nice and early for the way, trying to be as obnoxious with that poke as they can be.
Exactly as you say. A bit different for having a burn build on the other side, but considering Hui is also the only magic damage threat for Venom Crest, it makes more sense to have a bit more of a carry, kind of burst focused itemization. There's a lot of squishies on the side of Nord, especially with those carries, right? There's some front line, but apart from that, you can one-shot Zeri, Tristana, Brand pretty easily. We might get a contest though for this dragon spawning in just a few. Well, it's just come up. Both teams are in the area at this point. Both junglers in the area as well. We'll finally get to see the power potentially of this Brand slash Xin Zhao.
Romeo nearly face check, but puts the ward down wisely. Yoka here as well. It would be a 3v3. Fleeing his Ecstasy as he's hit with a Grim Visage.
Ooh, that's
has
pretty
to back
big.
away as the chunk comes on through.
Yeah, that's quite a significant chunk as well for Ecstasy. Half his HP there allows Xin Zhao to secure this bot crab, which is pretty significant as well in the in the grand scheme of things for this dragon. Yeah, this has surely just got to be Venom Crest dragon now, especially with that mid prio as well. Nord not going to be able to do anything about this, and for the first time this game, Yoka's tempo in his jungle clears has been disrupted. He's spent a good minute down here not doing anything, and he's not happy about that one. He recalls. I'm curious to see what he's going to try and do with this recall. Is he going to go to what is he going to? Yeah, I'm actually just curious. I don't know what he's going to try and do with that reset. He is moving topside with his bot lane here, so maybe like an invasion into the top jungle or something.
Or maybe just trying to get a shove onto this top lane to get some more plates onto Ecstasy, who's 3 CS off completing the cull, which would be a pretty big deal in terms of trying to snowball that. You can see Tristana as well getting towards completing her own cull as well, and they are clearly playing more of the scaling game. The issue is, of course, Venom Crest have got 3 of the 6 scrubs and both early dragons. They're in a pretty good spot now macro-wise, because if it gets another dragon spawn and Nord try to play for turrets or whatever, they could start being in a really tricky position in terms of the macro later on, when they had damned if you do, damned if you don't around Dragon and Baron for Soul.
So actually, as you mentioned, 2 dragons early when you split the grubs is certainly be pleased with that one if you're Venom Crest. Lenny, oh my goodness. Okay.
Looking for that one, a flash away from the brand keeps him alive, but Lenny was definitely feeling like he could look for a play there, as they read that there was a lane swap coming through themselves and wanted to try and contest.
Yeah, there was no Zinzao, unfortunately, for Venom Crest. He was in spawn the whole time that was happening. So there was actually a pretty good response by Venom Crest to realize what was going on and to have Lingard and Simpy on the top side of the map. Unfortunately, Theocastus wasn't quite around in time, but he's pairing quite nicely with his bot sides here. He's looking for these fights, he's protecting, he's shadowing very effectively. Because in a 3v3, I don't think the brand Zeri Rail combo wins out quite as handily as they would like, as it would explain as well the hesitation around things like these objectives and just moving into this river.
They're on towards this Herald. This will be another neutral objective they're teleporting in, but there's a response from Nille. Already though, Romeo gets executed! The severing ball, a flash from Simpy into the backline, onto Yoka, who's jumped on afterwards with an audacious charge! Brand burns out, and they can turn back towards the Herald. The teleports are summoned, but Venom Crest pull the trigger exquisitely.
There it is, exactly as you mentioned, pulling that trigger. Easy as you like it. Romeo, who is very good at his aggressive plays, sometimes to his discredit, can get caught a little bit out of position or be looking perhaps too aggressively. But for him, he just got popped instantly. Didn't get his ult, no summoners, nothing like that. The damage from Venom Crest and Lingard especially, my goodness, absolutely destroyed Romeo. And there wasn't much left for Brand to do either. If you're getting flashed on by an Alistar, that's just a tough situation when a Brand's very telegraphed weaknesses is his lack of mobility. So great stuff here early game, despite being down 1,000 gold still. That being in the top and in the jungle. Venom Crest have had everything early. 2 dragons, splitting the grubs, and now winning that fight and getting the Herald.
I mean, that will be a whole deal, won't it? The fact that they have managed to get a hold of these early objectives, that they have got themselves to the point where they can put the Herald down, is where the gold is. Well, that most of this gold is in the Cassante. You're kind of somewhat okay to trade that with the Skarner, who's like, okay, I'm a bit behind, but not to the point where this game is unplayable. Knowing that the flash was off Yoka, they could go for that engage, they get another neutral objective, and that's worth a fair amount of gold in and of itself, and Theocax even gets to come in and nab a camp there on the way out.
And he's caught up here in levels as well. He may be 30 CS down.
Hang on, Ecstasy.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Oh, Ecstasy is dangerous.
Good TP.
This might get a bit interesting as the teleports are coming on through. Romeo gets a huge Magnet Storm and Venom Crest. I don't know about this one. It's pretty deep. Yoka trying to burn down Lingard, who's in a tricky position themselves. Throws down the pool of reflection. The fleeting coach try and buy some space, but Simpy falls down. Ecstasy claims that kill. We'll hop on board for a bit more. And Venom Crest, I don't know about that.
Great teleport though. What a response from Nord to join in that one and punish Venom Crest for their over-aggression. That's 3 deaths on their side right there for nothing at the end as well. Plus Nord was able to defend that bot turret, and most likely my anticipation is that Tristana's going to get this bot turret too. It doesn't take her too long to take down a turret either. So very nicely done. There it is. What a great turnaround for Nord right there. And look at that gold. What the hell happened there? We're almost 4,000 gold difference now. Bloody hell. I don't know how that happened, but either way, that is that's gone from like, a 1k difference and not being a huge deal to what the hell? 4,000? Yeah, I agree. Technical bug. There's gold coming out of places we don't know where it's coming out from.
3 kills and a turret apparently is enough to bring them to that lead, but I grant you, that was a rapid swing in the favour of Nord there, who were ahead slightly in the goal, but not that much, and that is a huge, huge moment for them when it felt like a lot of those grouped up plays were starting to look Venom Crest favoured, frankly.
Yeah, for sure. It was all Venom Crest, really, wasn't it? Like, this is the thing, like, we saw right from the get-go, I would say the tempo and yeah, the brand was pulling ahead us in, and I was like, uh-oh, it's looking a little bit scary. But then they actually started skirmishing a little bit and grouping up a tad more, and it was all Venom Crest. It was all Venom Crest. They got the poke down onto Lingard onto Ecstasy from Lingard, which secured them a dragon. Then they got a pick onto Romeo around the Herald, which secured them that as well. They were just executing these objective setups really, really well, and it was great. And it was going perfectly, all in their favor. It was sexy. It was great. Unfortunately, they overstepped. Right, they went for the dive.
Little
Didn't
bit.
work. Teleport response and counter and yeah, it just all fell apart. And suddenly, like, I generally don't know how, but 4,000 gold is the goal difference right here. Just like that. Incredible.
Well, the refs have looked into it, and apparently the gold lead is legit, so there you go. They are now up a significant amount of gold, and you can see where it all is. A lot in the brand's favour, but now the Tristana as well, beginning to get a bit more of that gold in. The Cull cash in as well adds on top of the 2 kills just picked up. Hunt ready to go on his namesake and try and bring down some of the members of Venom Crest.
He's going to try his best for sure. He's already pushed his way to some success this game and earned himself a gold bounty, albeit only 150 so far, but still 2 kills under his name. He's going to be happy about that one. Dragon has now spawned, and remember, Venom Crest were able to secure both dragons early here. They were able to pick this one up. It would put them on sole point, but now a pretty significant deficit as far as gold goes. Nord might look to contest.
And I guess something about Romeo gets a Magna Storm onto a couple, some damage back, but simply still pretty tanky. Jor gave the backline, that's way too deep! The Pyroclast who gets the damage back, but in one way the damage already done as the Impale comes on down. Hunt shut down, Lingard picks it up.
Wow. I don't know what to say about that play, but that was an aggressive one from Yoka there, wasn't it? Slightly questionable,
That's a way of putting
perhaps.
it. Questionable is perhaps exactly the term.
I mean, it's Brand, right? When you're playing Brand, if you can get a combo on a carry and pop your ultimate down and just spread that across, you will most likely win a team fight. I think that was his look. It did not work out. And yeah, unfortunately for Nord, it's such a confusing game here because they seem to be able to just constantly be ahead in gold. Even when they were losing all the objectives, they were still ahead. It wasn't too much, but they were still ahead. Then they got that significant lead. And still, it doesn't matter. When it comes down to this objective setup, when it comes down to these fights, Venom Crest have Nord's number. Lingard will be able to walk away from this one as well. That is now 3 dragons. Next one will be Soul if Venom Crest can secure it.
And there's a couple people here who would be pretty nasty with that Cloud Soul as well. The Shin's out, the Alistair, even the Skarner actually gets to press R and drag you back way further with that increased movement speed on R, and makes Nord's life a lot trickier now. We kind of called it out a little earlier that the early dragon stacking was going to prove problematic macro-wise as the game went on if they allowed it to go on for free. Well, they tried to make it not happen for free and unfortunately gave up a number of kills in the mid lane, and now they are going to be in a difficult position come 4 minutes. They'll be Baron alive, but so will Soul.
That's it. And now Nord's hand will be forced, right? As you mentioned, like the timings here for this Soul, right? I can't imagine any of these two teams are going to be rushing Baron, right? So I would not be too surprised to see Dragon be up with Baron, right? Both these objectives up at the same time, which could cause quite a tricky situation, to be perfectly honest, where, you know, where it becomes one of those macro calls. And I just want to hark back to Nord's game versus, I can't remember who it was, but do you remember that game they were getting slapped about, and then Nile made the call to get a pick into topside? And it was like one of the greatest macro calls in the history of League of Legends. I can't remember what game it was. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm struggling. I know what you're talking about, but I cannot for the life of me. Yeah.
Yeah, either way,
scrub the scoreboards.
Yeah, it was insane. It was great. And Nord basically, Nord have it You know, they have it in their locker to pull out some sick macro plays. And this is exactly the kind of situation now where you can flex that. You can demonstrate that, right? And this could be when Nord finds their way back into the game, so to speak, which is weird to say when they've been ahead in gold the entirety of the game. But
objectively, though, yeah, exactly. Or objective-wise, rather, yeah, to clarify. And I think, I know you said that neither team would want to rush Baron, but I wonder with Brand plus double AD carries and double attack speed AD carries, whether they might be able to do it. If Casante's there frontlining for Nord, they might be able to consider a Baron rush if Venom Crest take their eyes off it, but would be bold nonetheless.
Yeah, that is a good word for it. It would be bold. I don't think it's going to happen, like a Baron rush. I mean, the damage for Nash from Nord is pretty incredible, mind you, right? Like, it's Brand, Tristana,
Sure.
Zeri, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really high, so there's a potential there, right? And this is what I mean about, like, some kind of macro play where they pull Venom Crest around the map, because there's lots of different points here, especially with this dragon spawning, you know, where you want to be on the map, where Venom Crest will want to be. And we'll see how they're able to kind of actually play the map, because it isn't going to be an easy situation here, but we could also just be mega overthinking it, right? Because the advantage is in Venom Crest's pocket, right? Because they have that 3-dragon advantage already.
Yeah.
And it's not that hard to pick up Soul off the back of that as well. And they've been winning all these fights.
Exactly that. They have a little bit more freedom in terms of where they want to be on the map, whether they want to take a 5v5 or trade those big neutral objectives, either of which would be a huge boon for them. A single dragon means very little to Nord. It means a lot to Venom Crest at this point. Minute and 20 until that threat comes alive, and Venom Crest are currently ensuring they have vision control over the Baron pit in particular.
Downside though for Venom Crest's comp is their Nash damage is significantly worse than Nord.
That's fair.
I don't think you'd be able to, for example, trade a dragon for a Baron in the same way as you might be able to if you were Nord. Although Nord wouldn't want to do that with Soul being up, but still, that kind of thing, right? So you should be able to instead just be like, okay, we're chilling. Let's play a little bit more for Dragon, the Dragon side of the map here. Secure this vision. 40 seconds until it spawns is where things start heating up here.
2 items complete nearly across the board. I'll note that Shinzao hasn't quite managed to do that yet, whereas the Rylai's just completed by the likes of Yorka might be a deal breaker here in this fight.
It'll be very, very powerful, at least, if you can spread that burn across and slow people down. People like Hui specifically, not going to be happy about running with a limp. That would be difficult for a champion that otherwise doesn't really have any mobility in his kit. Nord setting up the trap.
Well spotted by the wind becomes lightning from Theokax, who had an idea that there might be some people hanging around in that bush, and he was right to assume that. Throw down the control ward, but Nord are going to start off this dragon pretty early on. It'll burn down pretty fast. We said their neutral objective damage is solid. Venom Crest, though, looking to come on in here. Down to 4,000 HP as a dragon. Theokax now over there as Nile goes unstoppable briefly. Does not get onto anyone valuable as yet. The Grim Visage onto Romeo makes his life very difficult in the back line. Theokax buying some space with the Crescent Guard. They've got 2 already. They could get the soul as well. It's all gone wrong for Nord, who are melting in the face of Venom Crest's poison.
That's got to be it right at this point. Surely that's just running straight to Nash. You picked that one up as well alongside the Dragon Soul. That is a significant advantage in the side of Venom Crest. And for the first time this game, 25 minutes in, despite having total control from start to finish, really, so far. For the first time, it's a gold lead in their pocket as well.
And they are 2,000 gold. They've got Soul themselves. They're about to get Baron for even more of it. And look how many structures are still standing on the map. They've got the 3 outer turrets, but they've got all of those juicy inners to start breaking through and really building a gold lead in this game.
There's Baron Asher as well. For different side lanes, can be quite scary. Yeah, this could be quite a big pick though if Fierce goes down, because you don't want him to have Nash playing inside. I don't think Nile can catch him though.
Yeah, he's still pretty fast here with his tier 2 boots. Gets slowed by the Q3 and the Iceborne Gauntlet. Should have Valkyrie up again pretty shortly, and they realise they're not going to be able to catch him in any reasonable time frame.
That's Cloud Soul, baby. Look at him go.
It's too much, you know?
He's got the Night Dunk song and he's out of there. He's just Swifty, just gone. Can't be chasing that one. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one here for Nord. They're really staring down it. 25 minutes into the game. You've got Dragon Soul on the other side. Baron as well here too. It's a toughie, honestly. They're not been winning any team fights either. Like, what do you think? Like, what's the way back into
So yeah,
this game?
We both got that word. That apparently someone has a mosquito issue. So I'm assuming that we've got some insect concerns. Actually, I've got a reason for the pause. Here we go. See if I can read this up. I need to pull this over to the screen where I can read it. But yeah, a mosquito issue apparently. Apparently it's Simpy. Is the one with the mosquito in the room. So send your love and raid cans over to Simpy, who is struggling with blood-sucking monstrosities in his room.
Yeah, sure. He thought it was just Nord that sucks here, but apparently it's the things in his room too. Yeah, that's a toughie. Thoughts and prayers to Simpy. Hopefully he gets through that and can sort it out.
You did that deadpan, man, and they're the second best team in the league. You can't just like throw them under the
That's
bus
why
like that.
I can,
That's
because they'll get over it.
Drop kick 'em.
They're on a 4-5 game win streak, whatever it is. I'm sure they can take it. Yeah, it's not often you get an opportunity to dunk on Nord. That's a compliment. So there you go. When the opportunity arises,
4 in a
you
row,
must.
looking like if they were 4 wins in a row, I'm not sure they'll be keeping that streak up. Unfortunately, of course, the game not quite over yet. Feels as good as. There's a lot of this Baron still to go as Fierce trading out with Hunt, but look who else is here. The rest of Venom Crest, who once again proves Snakes apparently hunt in packs. And this Tristana was not ready for all the additional damage coming his way, and the Tristana falls again.
It's a toughie. 2-0-1 was Hunt at the beginning of this game. 2-2-1 finds himself now not been able to have too much impact. He's been matched at every corner by this Corki, just Corki or the Skarner. Either way, can't break through him. It's just an unassailable task at this point. Jake's mentioned it a few times on the desk. He doesn't like Tristana into Corki. He just thinks it doesn't do enough. To nullify how strong Corki is as a pick. And to be perfectly honest, like, apart from the first, 5 levels in the lane phase, it does kind of seem that way, honestly. It does kind of seem like Corki just is inevitable, right? Like, you can't get past it. And Tristana, we've seen some good Tristana plays, mind you. Like, she's certainly a strong pick in her own right. But this constant Tristana-Corki matchup does seem to favor Corki.
I wonder whether it's an ERL thing, whereas I feel like Tristana, you have to be really coordinated as a team to give her free time with turrets, which is one of her really big strengths in the way that Corki, a bit more of the AoE damage for free is perhaps a little bit easier to execute in terms of, well, we just brawl a lot down in ERLs, and we do love to see that happen as footworks his way over a wall with a little assistance from Pathmaker, but the turrets are all still breaking. All the same, though, Nord hold on to the game for now, but for how much longer? The Gold League continues to grow as their base becomes increasingly less safe. Inhibitor in the mid lane under siege now.
It's tough, innit? They've lost mid tower, top tower, soon to be mid inhib as well. Can Nord find the fight? My goodness, that way damage is mega.
Yeah, it is. And on the other side, Simpy just tanks up the entire brand combo to little avail because he's got an R button to press as Romeo needs to crash down out to safety as Lenny goes to the edge of Ixtal into the Impale. And the damage is done, but Simpy dies for it. Nille goes all out trying to hold on to members. The Severing Bolt again just doesn't miss. Lingard makes his name known in the league. Theocax gets another. Romeo and Nille must back towards their own inhibitor turret. No way to save their nexus right now. No wave clear to be found. Venom Crest will move to 8 and 4. Nord humbled here in this second game of the week.
Both these teams now are going to be drawn at 8 and 4. Coming into this game, Nord were the favourites. They'd had a better showing of things, better recent history in these games on that win streak. But Venom Crest, to be perfectly honest, made it look easy. Like, they did not struggle at all in that matchup. And it has to be said as well, what is important here, when teams have matching scores, I mean, we've still got 2 more games to play. We've still got next week, obviously. But if Venom Crest and Nord find themselves at tied in the standings, Venom Crest now have the head-to-head, right? They beat them last time. They beat Nord last time they met. They beat them this time as well. So that could be really important moving forwards here. And Nord, who was looking like they were solidly, our second best team in the league, to be perfectly honest, might find themselves being knocked down a peg to 3rd or even 4th.
Well, they get to that 8-win mark, and it raises the barrier to entry to the bracket stage, the playoffs with that as well, and makes the life of Lightside a lot harder. They'll still have a matchup against the side of Venom Crest later on in the split, which might allow them to turn their fortunes around, but that will be for another day. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break it all down.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Nord taking the L versus Venom Crest. Venom Crest one step closer to playoffs. We only have one seat remaining on the train, and it seems like Venom Crest are willing to lock it in. The next game will be quite important, and we'll talk about it as soon as we get there for Light Side versus Blue Whites. But for now, let's understand how we got to this position for Venom Crest, because Nord kind of tried to take the wheels at the beginning of the game, but they never did anything with it.
Yeah, okay, I'll jump in on that one.
Jump in, do it.
Nord started off with getting a very, very good bot lane fight for themselves. The big thing is they didn't do anything. They got 0 dragons. I think they got like a couple of grubs. Oh no, they got 3 grubs. And that's it. 0 dragons, 3 grubs, and a couple of towers. That was all they took this game. On the other side, Venom Crest 2 were behind, were just able to punish by grabbing multiple objectives, taking some seriously good fights. And again, I go back to it. I prefer the Corki to the Tristana. I'm going to put that to bed for now. It'll probably come up in the next champ select as well, because we are handshaking those 2 champs all day. The Skarner, super impactful. I know Doctor's going to be very happy about this one, because he is a Skarner enjoyer.
I'm really happy.
He said, I want them to get MVP where they had 1 kill participation. Just a peek behind the curtain on that one. But he did actually
Absolutely not.
I think he made the game-winning play as well. So, yeah, the Skarner ended up being really, really impactful.
But that's the thing, right? Like, we've talked about the importance of that champion. We've talked about how much stuff you can just provide all across the board. And I feel like in general, actually, honestly, like giving a lot of props to Venom Crest in here as they've dropped the gauntlet in this game. Because we've been talking about this in the draft, right? That there is Brand that can theoretically just absolutely decimate your game plan and can make life of your Skarner and Xin Zhao really, really hard. And I felt like we were lacking this quite a lot in this game. I didn't see a lot of that proactivity from Nord. I didn't see a lot of that, you know, let's try to bring down the Skarner, bring down the Xin Zhao as much as we can. And the one thing that I've really, really liked from both Venom Crest and Nord, but more from Venom Crest, obviously, since they won the game, is that as a comparison to the previous game, in this game, we've seen a lot of, you made a mistake, we're going to punish you for that, right? This type of like very high stakes League of Legends. And Venom Crest shown themselves as a better team in that particular regard. And genuinely, I was just so incredibly happy to see them react so well in these team fights.
It was important for them. Yeah, tell me, Hilbrand, because we have
one
to
very light point, because I know you need to get on with your stuff. I just think Yoka had a complete disrespect for the enemy team comp and found themselves caught multiple times. They're on a squishy Brand. You're gonna get killed. You're gonna get taken out, and that ultimately I think was the biggest flaw in the Nord team. There was Yoka, who I think typically is the shining star, this new jungler. I think he just wasn't paying respect. That final fight inside the base, he didn't flash the Skarner R. He wasn't stunned. He had every ability to flash it. He got dragged into the enemy team, got wiped, and I think that was kind of the final nail in the coffin.
He's not letting this one go.
Runs.
So let's toss it to the interview with Theo Cax. He's waiting for us. It's the other jungler who actually shines through. Welcome to the interview. How are you doing? Wait, is that a gaming house? Are you all playing together?
Yeah, it's a gaming house, but it's a French gaming house. But it's not with Venom Crest. I'm just here.
I was wondering, like, is that Venom Crest, like, LAN house? That was interesting.
No.
Aye, you're one step closer to playoffs. There's only one slot available. Nervous at all?
Not really. I will be humble, but I think it was pretty sure we would go to playoff anyway. And we...
Yeah, because you know, if Light Side wins the next game, you're locked in. You're aware of that.
Yeah, but like anyway, we will probably 2-0 week the next week, so...
you're not even concerned at all. Okay, I love it. So tell me, how was the journey so far with Venom Crest? How are you feeling with this team? How is the synergy? If you make playoffs, how do you think playoffs will go moving forward with the way the team is right now?
I think we like 2 or 3 weeks before we were like a bit like on the like down, and we. I think we'll top win this league. We need to go back to take the revenge on Ready during this playoff.
Hey, I like it. So, do you believe Venom Crest will be stronger on the best of scenario instead of a best of one?
Yeah.
Is that where you feel like your strength?
Because best of one is like you can't end upset is possible in best of one. It's harder in best of 5.
Okay. If you have to pick any team moving into playoffs that you really want to fight against, who would it be to begin the show?
Ready.
Everybody's going for ready. Okay. Hey, Theo Cax, congratulations. You're one step closer, but you're not even worried. 2-0 on the next week, right? I can put my points on Venom Crest, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I like it. Thank you so much, Theo Cax. I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one.
See you. Thank you.
The best thing
Not even
there,
worried. Okay, tell me.
the best thing there is he doesn't have to worry. Like, straight up, this was the hardest game they have to play at the end of the season. Their next 2 teams are Lightside and Natives. Run a schedule, very in Venom Crest's favor. I think is a very high chance they make it as our 4th team into the playoffs, and they are doing the reverse of what we saw last season from Venom Crest. They had a very solid start and a very poo ending. This time, they are just on fire at the end of the season, and these guys look genuinely quite scary going into best ofs. I'm excited to see more from them.
Yes, but what about Nord? How are they feeling after today's game? Yesterday we had such a big rant about how they were walking into playoffs. Ecstasy. I mean, you got to tell me, because
Hello.
Memento was trash talking, and now you have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The only thing that happened, I mean, yeah, sure, we're chilling because we're in playoffs, you know. This game especially didn't feel that great because, I mean, the only thing that happened by the in this game, I feel like we were actually like pretty ahead. Like we were at some point like 4.5k ahead. The only thing that happened was that we didn't play the fights properly, and that was it. Like we pretty much choked in the team fights.
And that's a specific team fight. I would like you to go back, like to look into the past, the one for the dragon, and then not only you give the dragon, you give the Venom. What happened there? That was like so weird. It wasn't. It didn't
I
feel
don't know.
Nord.
We just didn't execute the fights properly, and as well, like in the Herald fight, we pretty much choked. Like Rail was 1 HP. We couldn't join because Rail was dead, and we couldn't do anything. And after that, I remember there was a fight as well on mid lane when they put Herald, and my brain just flashed in, you know. And after that was just pretty much disaster everywhere.
So if you had to blame anyone on this like loss, if you had to pick one of your teammates for this loss, why would you pick Romeo?
I mean, no. I mean, no, guys. I think it's like everyone's fault, you know. Like we didn't play as a team, and that was it, you know. But yeah, like sure, like Romeo didn't play that well, you know.
I love it, man. I love it. Are you even concerned about playoffs and moving in because of seeding or anything of that? Or you're like, we're comfortable regardless of what position we're in, we're gonna take it all?
I mean, it's a bit sad, let's say, because I don't think we have a chance to finish first, like right now. But still, I mean, we don't have like any problem, you know, because like our main goal was to finish first and do playoffs. But yeah, I mean, we just don't have like any problem, and we can face everyone in best of 5.
Makes sense. Hey, it happens. Now you can talk to Momentum and say, hey, don't be that trashy on interviews, or else we got to deal with it. Thank you so much for this interview, Ecstasy. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, same. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I like the trash talk.
It's an interesting point actually that they're making. I want to bring your attention towards it just for a second here, right? Because something that we already touched upon with hip range, something we touched upon in the previous games when the stakes were very high for DMG and Verdant, and now the same thing that you pretty much just talked about with Ecstasy here is this psychological approach towards the game. Right, and I feel like after talking with a lot of different coaches and talking with a lot of different athletes, not just in esports but in general, I feel like it's very important to come into the game with a clear head. And in here, a little bit, I feel like the psychological pressure played a bit of a different game. Right, it's like we're already locked in the playoffs, so it's fine. We're not going to finish first. That's also fine. So maybe we got a bit too relaxed when we were walking into that game, you know. And I feel like that approach, maybe subconscious a little bit, but that backfired a bit in the performance of the team.
But that's a 100% excuse. Like, if you want to be the best, you got to beat everyone. You're not allowed to take that slip. I see your reasoning. Like, hey, we're locked in for playoffs. But if you think that way, Reddy will eat you alive. Because Reddy are not playing around. So if you want to take down Reddy, you can't play around. And if you want to win this one, well, LLS have to win this one, or else they're out of playoffs versus Blue Whites. And this may look in paper quite easy, but the last time they met, it was not that easy for Light Side. And it was not Quest as well in the jungle. And now Blue Whites just got a victory yesterday, so how is their momentum? They're playing like the destroyer of parties, so maybe they can do it again for LLS. They did it yesterday, can they do it again?
They do have to go versus the ball buff though in Fruity, which I think is terrifying to go up against. This guy's a very wide champion pool, something you have to kind of keep in mind of. And heading into this picks and bans, I'm going to be very interested to see if they look to target Fruity or move outside of that. The Rengar target ban is always going to come up versus Blue Whites. No surprises on that front. I'm interested if anyone else has got the Scanner in their back pocket, because Dr. had a big ramble about it. I kind of rebutted with, no one's playing Scanner in this league for whatever reason, because I agree.
I am converting people into a Scanner church.
He's absolutely busted. But like, I mean, like every time I've covered LPL, it's like super high priority. You come over here, and it's like the champion never got reworked. Like the teams just avoid it. Except Venom Crest have now revealed that they can play it. So I want to see more and more teams start to move towards that, and in turn, I want to see things like this Mordekaiser start to show up as an answer to that. But
Hiprain,
right.
You can just scream out in glory and joy, because Corki and Tristana got both banned, so that means we're gonna get something different in the mid lane. That's also very cool. But one thing that just never changes is that okay, we don't have a Corki to have an insta pick. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna do Rel, probably one of the greatest supports that we have right now. Theoretically, there is also you can still play jungle. I wonder whether we're gonna bring it there from here, right?
Because right now jungle. They did nerf her jungle, but someone whose jungle is not nerfed is this Zyra. Zyra, just obnoxiously fast clearing jungler. There is no one in the game who clears as quick as her. If you can get set up on Baron, you can 20-minute Baron in absolutely no time. It's a very, very potent pick. Now, on the other side, we know Fruity typically likes to play more AP style. Hold on, they just switched off the Zyra for the Karma. Okay. I'll come back to that in a brief second. We do have the idea that Sumi could just go AD mid. We know he likes to play AD. We know Fruity likes to play AP. So there is the ability for this to be like a Yone, Aurelion Soul, or... I can't remember what other Sumi picks there are. Obviously, Corki and Tristana taken off the mix. I expect this to at least be a mid laner and a jungler. That's a Fruity pick for
he's going back.
Yeah, that's true, Fruity, that is.
I really want Custom to lock something specifically. He talked about it on the interview. He told me, like, at the end of the day, if I was older, I would say to myself right now, you gotta pick Kassadin more often. If you're that good on the champion, you gotta lock him in regardless of the meta. He knows he's already out of playoffs. I want to see it. I want to see why he talks about Kassadin all the time. Vi would also be interesting, like, supporting the pick from Fruity Fresh. Okay, that's a lock in. We haven't seen it for a while. I mean, you got Ezreal scaling, you got the Karma for protection. You know the AD carry is going to scale. Come on.
I would so agree with you, but I know Sumi plays AD mids, and Kassadin then basically loses his passive to that, so you kind of got to keep that in mind, but this is most likely what Sumi's going to go down. They go for the Mundo. Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay, this is amazingly interesting right now, because Mundo... I mean, I don't know what you're going to say, Archon, but from my point of view, he's pretty strong in the top currently. He heals like a truck. He hits like 2 trucks. And with overall approach, with that Karma, theoretically, this Mundo is going to be absolutely unkillable.
Solo queue wise, Mundo is at the top charts on the top line. So,
yeah, he is bonkers.
Can you transition this into competitive? I have no idea. Oh, come on!
There you go.
I can't believe they banned the Carthus. Actually, sorry, no, the Kassadin. I actually can believe it now I think about it, because there's a lot of AD locked in for light side, so Sumi's probably going to play an AP mid. So Kassadin, you know, as much as anywhere else, you might be like, why are they banning Kassadin? Custom will play it. It will actually suit them. And they decide to go away from that on that front. Now, looking towards the bans we're seeing from Blue Whites, probably more top lane bans, things like the Aatrox that can kind of scrap versus the Mundo. No, it's an Ahri ban on Sumi instead. There's going to be the Zyra ban coming in. That makes sense because Blue Whites haven't picked up a jungler yet, and Zyra obnoxiously fast. But if we are going to run down the list of like AP junglers, you have the Brand still open, you have the Lilia still open, so they could just look down that line. A lot of our players, I see you, Doctor, kind of tilting your head. A lot of our players actually do play really bizarre top laners here. Although the Mundo's locked in, so it's Mundo jungle.
Yeah, that's why I'm tilting my head. It's Mundo jungle at the end of the day. Okay, I mean, honestly, I can see why. I can see theoretically why is that happening. Because a good cleaver can potentially get you a very good kill on both Rel and Smolder already, right? Because the slow is pretty obnoxious. The cleaver's cooldown is really small as well. It's not that it's not that you can just hit it instantly over a bunch of seconds, but it's still very low. So theoretically, I can see why this is happening. But my only concern is how well it's going to do against Vi.
Wait, if
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No,
that's too much AD.
If you pick Millie, Custom is going to play Lee Sin.
Yes, this is what I want. This is what I want. They better lock that. So I will go on a rant in a moment. Right, that's locked in. Cool.
Listen.
I like the LeBlanc. Now, here's why I like the LeBlanc. There is a lot of kind of like, they just want to buy time on the side of blue-whites. LeBlanc is the early game champion, along with Pantheon. I'll give you that, Archer. But LeBlanc is someone who is going to be scrapping early, looking for kills. There is always a bunch of different counter picks up and available here. Custom wants to flex his muscles a little bit.
Galio, go Galio.
That's old.
I would love a
Galio.
Galio.
Okay.
I'm
not sure.
Okay, that's
Yes.
boring. Come on.
Here, right. Let's just talk a little bit about what the expectations are. Blue-whites want time, right? You've got Victor, you've got Ezreal, you've got Mundo, you've got a Karma to kind of provide more shielding and healing. Like, the later this goes, the more control blue-whites are going to have over this game. You do obviously have that kind of ticking time clock in the
Smolder.
In the Smolder, thank you very much. I forgot the name of the champion there. But you have you have a Vi, you have a LeBlanc. You have a scrapping, fighty, skirmish-heavy mid jungle. I want to see Sumi and Bot Holdy find Quest and just murder him on loop. Like, this Mundo is not going to be able to stand up to those two going toe-to-toe. It's a mixed AP AD damage. Light side, if they can accelerate this early game, this game is a wrap before blue-whites can even get going.
Absolutely. But think about it this way. As long as blue-whites are going to be able to hold their ground. Which, I mean, if you look just on paper, it seemed unlikely because of the scoreboard. I'm sorry to burn like this, but to be frank, if you just look at on paper, that doesn't really seem that likely, especially for the fact that for LLS, it's such an important game because they need to try to get that playoff spot. But as soon as you're going to be able to survive a little bit longer, get your Gnar going, get your Mundo going with that Karma, how are you going to kill this? How are you going to kill that piece of meat that just runs around the rift, looks at you like this and goes, go on, try. Have fun killing, mate. You're not going to anyway.
The accent on try. I love
it. It's just imagine, like Emperor Palpatine sitting there in the face of blue whales and just going, do it.
So LLS are now facing a timer. Not only they have to defeat blue-whites, but they have to do it fast if they want to look into playoffs. Venom Crest will be happy if they fail, and blue-whites will just be happy to get another win. I'm just happy to toss it to the casters, initialize in Foxtrot.
I think you'll find this team comp is fully operational.
Oh god.
Foxy's so disappointed in me.
Fair play, mate. Fair play.
I think he called Dr. Palpatine.
He did
Dr.
make a
Brilliant,
Duke's reference. He did indeed.
So,
and they've
was
entered
it
the
like
dark side, despite them, we're, what is it? We're
being the light side, exactly.
And,
that's it.
So, fair play. Fair play.
Well, perhaps enough about the light side and the dark side. Let's head to the rift and see which one comes out on top. So the big issue I ran into with pulling off my Emperor Palpatine impression is that my chair couldn't turn the entire way around, so I got stuck at 90 degrees angles slightly awkwardly and just had to play it off.
You also look far too vibrant for life to pass as Emperor Palpatine, mate.
You're very kind. This is just with the makeup on, mate. You should see me in the morning.
And a hood, and I think you'd be sorted, to be fair.
Yeah, that's it. Another time.
Fair play. Well, we're on to the rift on a plane far away, not airplane, plane like a plane of existence. A Rune Terror this one is in. You know what, listen,
next to Tatooine, I take it.
I put 5 points on blue-whites this game.
Oh, did you now? Okay.
Hell yeah. Unfortunately, they won yesterday, and I feel like, do you know what I mean? I was looking for my big moment.
You get one.
Yeah, exactly.
You get one, exactly. Yeah.
So that's disappointing, but to be perfectly honest, team comp wise, I'm kind of vibing, I'm kind of feeling it. To be honest,
I quite like it too.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think the Mundo just going where he pleases can be a bit of an issue for light side. To be honest, like I'm not really a big fan of the LeBlanc pick, to be perfectly honest, especially since it was blind. I don't think there are many good targets for LeBlanc, to be honest, this game, right? Like someone like Karma also will
Ezreal,
contribute.
maybe the Karma, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a lot of
easy, yeah.
denying right there. So, I mean, to be fair, yeah. Look, there's a Mundo jungle. We should probably be talking a little bit about that. Mundo jungle gets a little bit low on health when he's clearing because all of his abilities cost health. So it takes fleet footwork to stay on top of that. Build-wise, he'll be doing pretty standard stuff, most likely just health builds. You know, Warmogs is really powerful right now. Heartsteel, yes, you don't stack it very well as a jungler, but it's probably still your best option. Sunfire, Sunfire items, you know, items that build out of Barmy Cinder are very good on Mundo, but those items kind of suck right now, so probably won't be seeing them, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. I think he'd be better as a jungler, more in meta, if those items were good.
Available to him, yeah.
They're unfortunately not, so yeah, he's going to be pretty much just a meat shield this game, trying to get in front of Fruity Fresh on that Smolder and buy some space for MKR, who, in my humble opinion, has been the best member here for Blue Eyes. I think Costum has had his games as well, but as far as actual reliability, consistency, it's been MKR, and on a champion like Ez, there's a lot of skill expression there, right? A lot of kind of taking things into your own hands. And I want to see it. I want to see it this game. I want to see him getting my 5 points.
I think he might have to do a fair number of his own stunts this game because the engage options for Blue Whites are pretty limited this game. You've got a couple slows here and there, maybe a route from the Karma, but really it's what? Gnar flank or bust. You're
basically.
really good. You're really good retreating. You've got a lot of damage to your name, and if you can sit up and poke, it'll get pretty obnoxious. But it's light side with all the tools to go forwards, and a big chunk onto Costum. He has to put down the gravity field, and maybe Jake had the right of it because it's going to force some damage. Sumi not going to have the cooldown available for another distortion, but Costum already forced to blow the flash and leave the lane.
Yeah, flash for flash right there. Unfortunately, Sumi's wishing it wasn't a teleport meta and that he could be taking Ignite on that LeBlanc.
Yeah.
It's always a sad state of affairs when you see Zeds and LeBlancs taking teleport. Like, that's surely just not it.
Alex
surely
is nodding somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he'd probably still just take it anyway, but yeah, it's going to be a trade for flashes at the end of the day, which I do think works out in favor for light side. It means more for Victor to lose his flash than it does for LeBlanc. And as a result, we could be seeing a return gank in the mid side at some point. You know, definitely good gank set up for LeBlanc and Vi there.
It's a good trade there from Elijah into Veluxa. And of course, Elijah kind of got a little bit maligned, really, for only finding success largely on the Cassante. What is he, 4-1 on that champion, and then a win on the Rumble that's the most broken top laner on the patch. Everything else really struggled to find success with, and despite really good Cassante games, there still has been a question about, well, what does he look like on these other champions? Here on the Aatrox, we have to do a bit more work as MKR, the person who is supposed to be a little bit more consistent, forced to flash after a very solid engage there from Fastlegged, who also ignites.
Yep, flash down there for both carries on Blue Whites. So a bit of a pick of the litter here for a light side if they want to roam, if they want to play with Bartoldi as well. Vi's not exactly known for her ganks, but certainly can make it happen, especially with no flash.
Oh, big chunk, and that'll be a flash for a Vault Breaker and First Blood Costum. His Costum built to die in the mid lane.
He's out of it. He's done so. First Blood there, as you mentioned, over to Bartoldi. Could be worse for Blue Whites in the sense that LeBlanc could be getting the kill, but still, nice little pickup right there, punishing that flashless Victor. Really is kind of illegal to be allowed to lane versus LeBlanc. Be pushed up anywhere in that mid lane and not have your flash. You shouldn't be able to survive that, and he does not, especially without any vision. That just feels disrespectful, to be perfectly honest. But moving on rapidly here, we've got Quest on his quest to slay all the dragons. He's getting the first one down here. Not going to be traded out for the Grubs because Grubs haven't spawned yet. And Veluxa has been doing a fairly good job at getting lane priority topside. So potentially they won't even have to trade out for the Grubs either. They might be able to look to take that one. Although Vi's, as I say that, she's already on it, so that's probably not going to happen.
The moment you spoke of it, it was cursed. That's how it works. We're all made fools by the camera. That's the way that one happens. Bartoldi will get a hold of these, and I don't think Quest is realistically getting over here in any reasonable time frame, so this should still be all three Grubs going the way of Bartoldi, who has done a really good job about Making sure that the early access into that mid lane came up with a win. Quest doesn't have a blast cone to get on over here. Might throw a ukulele in prey, but there will be a smite available, and the auto attack on top of it secures all 3 grubs. Quest, a known quantity on this top side. Bartoldi will come over and start up taking away this control ward. Needs to be a little bit wary, but should be able to just queue over the wall and out to safety.
Gotta respect the damage from Mundo, honestly. And the fact that he has his passive, which will negate the first form of hard CC.
So annoying.
Yeah, it is. It's tough to play against, but we'll work against Vault Breaker. Speaking of.
Yeah, the damage afterwards, though, will force the flash. Flash on forwards for the Q. Can get a Q2 afterwards. Back onto Quest.
Oh.
Taken low, but not quite down. My days, what's the HP bar? Can someone tell us? 48 HP at most there.
Yeah.
Another auto would have done him in.
He went down to 1 HP there as well because he threw his cleaver, which takes health.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it takes health, but it can't kill you, so it leaves you on 1 HP, and that was the total at the end when he was under the tower there.
That's a fair shout, yeah.
Yeah, kind of scary stuff. Cost him though. He's in
Oh
trouble.
boy, he's in danger. Does have a gravity field. Will get a stun onto the Viper. Remember, still has no flash and doesn't really have an ultimate to work with either. Another E would do him in here. Gets to jump on top of. Will surely die. Sumi does not fall to the tower afterwards either. And Bartoldi picks up a second in this game onto the mid laner.
Kind of close right there. Sumi almost falling in that one, but again, nice punish right there for Bartoldi. Vault Breaker plus those chains. Even if you add the distortion into it, I'm not sure how you meant to lane as this. And bear in mind, this was a blind LeBlanc. You got to last pick your mid laner, and they chose this Victor. Now Victor so far, obviously easy pickings for Lightside. Ooh, speaking of, Crest should be able to just run away from this one. Yeah, it's just gonna walk out.
Yep.
Easy pickings for Lightside is that Victor, but he had options here. He had options to do different things. They decided they wanted that carry, and it really does just depend how this game develops here, right? Because right now, yes, it sucks. It sucks if you're Victor, you're down 2 kills, but you're still up 20 CS, which is significant. And whether you can still transition into that big teamfight presence as the game goes on, that's the important thing.
Quest did have a quick look in there to see whether Raptors were available to be stolen. Doesn't have the smite up and available, but could make Bartoldi's life a little bit difficult, of course, with that gank in mid lane. Made sure that a lot of his camps were still up while Quest had cleared all of his, so trying to make the Vi's life as difficult as possible here.
That's what it's all about. Mundo does clear the jungle exceptionally fast. You'd be surprised the amount of damage that ukulele does. It's based on percentage health damage. And
Is
jungle
he just
monsters,
playing that badly that it's causing like emotional damage?
Exactly.
Is that what it is? So hang on.
I would about.
Sumi.
That's
I enjoy the
clone.
fact that now on the spectator it says clone in capital letters above the LeBlanc clone.
It's
as
great.
well.
It's great. It does it in live as well. I don't know whether you need to have like nameplates enabled or something. But I noticed it as well as a bit of a Shaco enjoyer. Sorry, by the way, for that.
I hate you with a burning passion.
Yeah, I know.
Just
I
so you know.
understand it. I understand it. But it happens all the time as well. So there's also, this is completely unrelated, but there's a Challenger Shaco 1 trick whose name is 2v9, and I love that.
That's great.
I just think that's such a cool little name.
The thing is, I feel like I'm throwing out the shade to you, and I'm an Evelyn main, so like I don't think I get the right to throw shade when considering my whole job is to make people as angry as possible from invisibility.
No, that's true. Eve is disgusting. I can't play versus that champ. Anytime I see her on the enemy team, I'm just like, that's a Smurf. I don't know what it is, but it just attracts Smurfs, and it's so hard to play against.
I think it's basically because people in lower elos are not great at object permanence, and so
It's
you
so
being
true.
invisible is like a nightmare for people below, say,
true.
platinum.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, if you can't see her, and she's frustrating. She has a lot of frustrating elements to her kit as well. So screw that champion.
It's great.
And yeah, it seems to be any champion with stealth or clones is a bit annoying, and I think the Blanc is filling that bill this game here for Lightside. But still, I mean, let's talk about it. It's only 100 gold advantage for LeBlanc here, despite the fact that she's been the benefactor of two kills onto the Victor. Gold total in favor of Blue Whites here. Mundo will be getting this second dragon, or most likely getting this second dragon here. Now he's thinking about moving down. I don't know. He's kind of zigzagging around the base. Should be able to pick this one up. This Q. Ukulele does a lot of damage. Careful, Costum, mate. Your team's on dragon. You can't be getting caught now.
The chains will land, but the Chaos Storm does a lot of work. Gets a nice chunk onto him. Does not get donated to Sumi again. A third kill to the Vi. Comes on over and tries to steal away the dragon. Can't quite make it happen as Quest throws down that defibrillator. Turns out that Mundo, when he's not playing the ukulele, is also apparently in charge of life-saving CPR.
Mundo does it all, mate. Does it all. I'm just... Yeah, it's a tough lane. It's a tough lane to survive in, playing versus LeBlanc and Vi. Anytime that you know, Assault and Battery is up, or is it called Assault and Battery anymore?
It's not. It's Cease and Desist now, renamed over the last few years. He was once upon a time that name.
Indeed.
No longer that.
Yeah, so whenever the ultimate is up for Vi, you just gotta know you're gonna be falling down here. Speaking of Elijah.
Doesn't want to enjoy listening to the music. Gets a fair amount of damage by Q3. Flashed away from Elijah, trading up pretty well. Flashes the ukulele, but where on earth is he going to go? Quest flashes in response and will slay the Aatrox.
Unfortunately for Elijah, that flash just came up. Like, he was ticking down 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds while that fight was happening. Because I think if his flash was available, you know, 2 or 3 seconds earlier, he would have Q3 flashed onto Veluxa and traded that kill. So... unfortunate for him there, that flash not quite available, but still gets flash out of both Veluxa and Quest for that, which is a positive. At least he goes down swinging.
Yeah, and Sumi will manage to sweep one ward and try and take the other one. Fast-legged is over the wall here on the Rel that they're so well known for. First time's beginning to get complete as well as Costum eats a big chain trade. Flash on in for the Shattering Strike. He stays alive, and Sumi finally gets a kill of their own. Dark Seal and Inventory to boot will begin to smack some unfathomable evil in that ring.
He's going to be trying to do that, at least for sure. Oh man,
it's not been fun.
I feel like Costum is being quite disrespectful here. You know, he's not.
Yeah.
He's always getting a little too close. He's flirting with LeBlanc, not respecting that there could be someone around.
It's not a 1v1.
It's
yeah,
never
been,
a 1v1.
4 times?
Yeah, every single one has been a gank, but he's feeding it to them, you know, on a plate.
Elijah needs to be scared here. Gets the healing with the passive. Q2's gonna try and think for a Q3. The chat gets some healing back. Wallop comes on down. Bartholdi now here though should surely be able to pick up that 1-for-1. Waiting on the ability to need that cease and desist. Gets the slow. The denting blows come on through. Another Q comes on out and doesn't need to use anything more.
Excellent solo queue though for Veluxa right there. Perfect stuff.
Yeah.
I was a bit concerned when I saw the Gnar lock in, because we've seen Veluxa on Gnar before, and personally I feel like this is not his strongest champion. But this is great. Perfect stuff. Gets that solo kill onto the Aatrox. Very nicely done right there. And unfortunate that Bartholdi was around to return. But credit to Bartholdi, man. He has been everywhere. He's 4-0-0 as well. Like, he's a big boy. He's been doing good stuff. He's getting fed. And he's scary. He's scary right now on his presence on the map. As we've seen before, to be honest, with Lightside, this is not the first time this man has done this.
Oh no!
Wait,
what? So is that stolen?
How did he get that? Was
Red
that the jungle
buff
pet?
Must have been a jungle pet or a burn.
Red
I
buff
don't
work
know
off
how.
Qs, no? Does that work with
I don't think so. It must have been jungle pet then. You're absolutely right. I was like, where on earth did that steal come from?
That's crazy. Alright, 5v5 baby. Let's see what we got. MKR's not quite here, but we could be getting a big fight.
Sneeze comes out from Smolder. Fruity Fresh continue to try and stack up that passive. Comes in with a call to Mum, who gets a chunk on out. Will try and steal this one away. Doesn't manage to make it happen. And the Herald is taken, and Quest gets away with murder on 2 buffs there.
Very nice for Quest. Excellent stuff. Mundo is just vibing right here. He's 30 CS up as well. He's doing good. He wants to get into that unstoppable frontline position. And he's on his way to do that with that Heartsteel probably going into Warmogs as well. Warmogs is one of the most broken items on this patch right now.
It's very strong.
Yeah, anyone that can use that, can abuse that, is pretty happy. And definitely Quest is looking to do that this game.
Fruity Fresh will flap away briefly, and Costume now in towards the side lane. Has been the target of a lot of attacks. Still at least has managed to keep up with the farm. Is nearly at that 10 CS a minute mark, so at least on that front is continuing to keep up in gold, even if he has been a point of pain in terms of staying alive.
Spell immune, very nice. I bet Costume wishes he had that in his kit as well. MKR did jump forward, got to be a bit scared there, but no, he's all good. But Toddy will dash away from this one. It's a lot of damage, plus his Herald. There should be this mid tower falling down here. Quest face checking is good. He's the one you want to face check. Excellent. I do think
Tower doesn't
potentially...
quite full.
Yeah. Potentially, I think that could have been the secure there was for the turret. But this could be third Dragon Man. This is so point
It is.
for Blue Whites.
It is, because they use the Herald to buy pressure in mid lane, force a reset on the Smolder.
Bartholdi.
Could look to come over the wall, would be a one-way
Right.
trip, you imagine. Assuming he goes over and gets a decent chunk, down to 2,000 HP, they have to know that the Vi could be in threat, but decides against say, look, we're going to have to give this one up. But a Mountain Soul towards the like of Armando, who's this ahead of the game, could prove really scary.
That is, yes, exceptionally. The Mountain Soul is a big one right here for Blue Whites, especially, you know, when there's like a LeBlanc on the enemy team who wants to be trying to pick people off. Getting that extra shield can be very valuable. This is crazy, man. What a game here for Blue Whites. You know, I'm always impressed when you see teams who are behind in kills but ahead in like objectives and like map pressure and stuff like that, because it shows that the team has a good understanding of macro, and they're more than just like okay, we're gonna deathball and we're gonna, you know, just suffocate you out of the map by just walking all over you, you know. And that's what we're kind of seeing in this game right here. You know, the fact that Blue Whites, you know, they're even technically behind in gold. It's not a huge amount, but you know, they're not. They don't have the resources necessarily, but they're playing it really well. They're playing the map really well. And it's really nice to see the evolution of this team. Even early on into the split, we knew this was a team that was better than their score indicated. And then yesterday, they pick up their first win in this game as well. This start, you know, it's far from over, but 20-ish minutes in. And they're doing great. They're doing some really good stuff. And this team has been put in a tough situation, joining here in the NLC. And here they are, competing with the rest of the squad.
And I think it is fair to say that Jake called it out on desk. I know a lot of us have him behind the scenes as well, that like Blue White, the 1-10 scoreline isn't really indicative of what we've actually seen on the Rift. They've got their issues. There's a reason why they haven't won the games, but they aren't a team that is without their strengths. They're not a team without some will to come and play and fight. And in this game, there's certainly that. They are only 100 gold behind. They're actually at sole point, and that could really be a win condition here. But it is from this point of the game where they've often started to fall away from teams, and the fact that the LeBlanc is still kind of scary. The Vi has still gotten a lot of kills through all the farm, hasn't been as clean because Quest has been picking up so much of it, could still prove to be difficult, especially if they do allow Fruity Fresh to get towards some of those scarier points as Custom. Again in danger, the cease and desist comes on through, out comes Mom for a little bit extra damage, and Sumi gets out to safety, a 5th death onto the Victor. And that's what we talk about. We say Blue White still have some issues. They have got some difficulties in defending some options as the tower falls down before they can kill it, however, so that'll still be a 1-for-1 somehow. For looks of Flash is the Q3 Flash.
So there's something here. You say, you know, they've got some issues to work out. This is, you know, it took 5 of them, but finally Costum had a good death in this game. If Lightside want to send 3 gangsters down to get him, fine. He's cool with that, because look what they lost mid. 2 turrets, the outer turret, the inner turret, they're both gone now in the most important lane for that to happen as well. A great response from Blue Whites, and totally worth it for Costum. Not even considering the fact, right, I don't know how, but somehow Vi died in that dive as well, right? Like, it looked like she was out and
stood there and took turret aggro. She went back, took turret aggro and died to that. They were trying to take the tower before it fell and misjudged it. And that's a shutdown over to the
I was going to say, a shutdown
Victor
too, right? He was 4-0-1. Like, totally worth it there for Costum. This is the first play this game that has just been a complete fumble by Lightside. Blue Whites have done some good things, but it's been more like small incremental benefits. This one right here, just not a good play from Lightside, and Blue White's the beneficiary.
Randuin's completed by Quest. There is a fair amount of auto attackers, but it's only really the Smolder's going to be building anything resembling crit as it stands. Tower on the top side does fall down, and this makes it again a little bit tricky for Costum, who is not going to enjoy those longer lanes. Bartholdi will view away, but actually the slow is really obnoxious at this point. I think that's just a dead Vi. Big pick, and remember, Baron's alive. They can turn to it with the jungler down.
Here we go. Remember, Quest's percentage health damage on that Q does a lot of damage, but yeah, they're gonna decide against it.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're doing in that situation. Yeah, that's not great. That's a bad death right there.
I love that you tried. I love that you tried to win it. Is there a way to spin this to be nicer? Like, nope, no, that one just sucks.
No, that just wasn't very good. Maybe he thought he was playing, you know, like the Nautilus and stuff like that. You can maybe get away with it on those tankier champions, but certainly not when you're playing Karma. It's unnecessary as well, right? Like, this LeBlanc has actually got quite a difficult game lined up for her as far as this draft goes, and the way that you know, things have panned out. And This is her lane assignment, etc, etc. Like, it's not an easy game to pirate this LeBlanc, but let's not make it easy for her, you know? Let's not do that, because then suddenly if she gets turbo fed, it becomes a lot easier, and we just don't want to be in that situation, do we, with Blue Whites?
Exactly, and now that a lot of the outer turrets are down, it becomes a lot harder for Blue Whites to stay safe against the engage. Again, they don't have the easiest way to pull the trigger themselves. They have Mundo running at you and getting slows. Maybe a flank from the Gnar, as we said. Around this dragon, it could get tricky because it is for once Lightsider in the river first.
Oh,
Flash
that's
on
a good
in!
engage!
Magnet Storm from the gods! They're all down! Lightside turn to the dark side and bring out a storm of thunder and fury that will leave Blue Whites blue in the face and choking in this game.
Oh my goodness, what an engage from Fastlane. That combo was insane, dragging the whole entirety of Blue Whites right there, followed up with the distortion into the mimic distortion there for the LeBlanc as well. Oh my goodness, this game was looking so tough for Lightside. Like, they dug themselves a fairly significant hole. That would have been soul as well for Blue Whites. And just like that, what an engage. But yeah, we might have to hold this one right here.
Teleports.
They have no idea. Lightside have zero clue that this is happening.
The Light's going to come over and face check. They know now, but it might be too little too late. Down to 5,000 HP. There's Vi's on the other side of the map. She was on Crux. Baron's gone. And Blue White, after a huge fumble around the soul, still get away with Baron.
That was crazy. Yeah, literally, like 3 seconds after a completely back-breaking choke from Blue Whites right there. But this game's been going so well. They've been playing it so smart and in quite a subtle way as well. Just to get obliterated. And to feel like a lot of your hard work has just gone down the sink. Immediately make the call. Let's just do Nash. We'll do it. Like, these guys, they have no quit. They are not giving up whatsoever. And really, really great response. It's that kind of thing. You love to see a team who gets knocked down and then just decides, nah, we're still going for it. We're still involved. We're still in this game. We're still in the driver's seat. It's a great call.
And this is what? Quest's 4th game with the team, but already having a guy like this come on and start making calls like that, play things like the Mundo costume as well, joining in and having a pretty solid split on the whole this game, notwithstanding, of course. But you have got a team here who maybe next year, maybe with a little bit more time, could be something interesting to watch. It has been a rough entry into the NLC. But credit where it's due, they have certainly thrown enough punches of their own to make a bleeding face out of a team or two.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like, this is great, just to see the evolution of this team. And yeah, it has to be said, a lot of it comes down to Quest, to be honest. Costum as well has to get some credit for his contributions to this team and their success. But really, I mean, you can just look at it in this game, right? Like, there are a lot of ganks coming through from Bartholdi, which is very, very typical of Lightside and the way they play in Bartholdi's early game. Like, he gets a lot of kills, but I have noticed, we get to this point, and one of Lightside's weaknesses as a team is they don't quite have that killer instinct, and it gets now to where someone like Quest, who's just been farming, is 2 levels up. But here comes the engage.
Could be in danger, gets stunned up, doesn't have a flash, could be in danger. The Magnet Storm after us. There is the call for Mom, and Elijah gets a hold of Quest as well. They finally bring down the Mundo.
But look at the map. Look at the map. This is it. There were 5 people for that play. 5 people for a kill. MKR has Baron buff. Victor has Baron buff in bot side as well. That's 1 turret, so already that's worth the kill in my opinion. It just depends what Lightside get on the top side.
We lose the top 2. Yeah, I think the tier 2 up here is likely under threat. Luxa will step up and should be able to clear the wave out at least for 1 rotation. Bot side though, Costum now onto a tier 2 of his own. Fruity Fresh has to go over there as Sumi just blows up. He gets another kill there. That might make things a bit more interesting, and that tier 2 likely still going to go down in the long run. All the while in the bot lane, we've got that tier 2 finally falling there, so they do get both outer turrets there, or both turrets rather, in the bot lane. So there is at least a trade back for Blue Whites, who get a nominal gold lead from this Baron, even if it is not a great one. You get 2,000 odd gold for taking the Baron. It's only plus 300 now.
Very nice stuff here for both teams, to be honest. Really kicking into gear at this point. Great responses from Blue White to the more proactive elements of Lightside's gameplay. Getting those two towers bot is great. Potentially could have got something mid as well, but obviously it's tough when in hip turret it's quite it's tough to take that one down. But a good response, but still, Lightside coming together, hunting down Quest, and then turning that into an inner turret of their own. You know, Dragon is spawning in 1 minute's time. Both these teams want to try and set up around this drag. Again, as a reminder, this would be Soul for Blue Whites, a Mountain Soul as well. Big deal if they can lock it down. A lot of the vision control is for the top side of the map here for Lightside, which is not where you want it to be at this point.
No, I'll also note we haven't seen Fruity Fresh's stacks for a while, but there it is. He's hit the 225. You can see the line turn up on quests. So this Smolder at 2.5 items online as well in terms of ability to maybe be a late game threat that few people can match.
Yeah, Fast Leg's the one to keep your eye on. He was the hero for the last team fight. I'm sweating watching Costum, MKR, and Veluxa stacking on top of each other. Sumi flank. Uh-oh.
He gets chunked out, but what's up? Jumped on! The death cap does so much work, but Sumi takes huge amounts of damage, has to flash away. Fruity Fresh, though, again calls him mom, and the cry for help is answered well and truly. Costum is dead. There'll be a reset for Sumi, who can begin to teleport back in with the HP afterwards.
That's it. The fact that Sumi can get that TP back in is going to be a big deal right here. Health bars are a little bit low, but this should be Lightside's fight.
Oh, man. Soul would still be secured though if Blue Whites can stop this one. Into the backline goes Fast Leg, getting a big chunk onto Eget. They've killed off Veluxa down. Quest executed too. And the fights around Dragons are Smolders to win. He was a dragon to begin with. Did you ever really think you could defeat the family matters here? MKR about to be chunked out. An ace for Sumi, who picks up the death cap. Now has level 16. And they'll march through the mid lane to try and at least break an inhibitor.
Costum being alive should save the game here for Blue Whites. But they're hanging by a thread at this point. Sumi is kicking and screaming Lightside across this finish line right here. What a performance by him. Honestly, like the picks this guy has made, the kills he's got, and I said this wasn't an easy match for him to execute, to go mega, and he's found a way to do it. It's crazy stuff, and just again, he did it versus Costum. Look at that mid gap. Not to be too rude, huge. But bruh, 609 170. It is something.
Yeah,
it is something.
I'm looking at 3 items plus Blighting Jewel plus a fully stacked Dark Seal. Eget's is gone.
Yeah,
oh
when you can just WR and one-shot people, Yep.
It's a tough time. And again, we've seen good things again from Blue Whites. The kill score isn't pretty, but the fact they got to some point, they snuck the Baron, they were competitive, even if the kills have been frustrating to come by. The problem is we've now got a LeBlanc who is pretty much unmatchable in terms of the 1v1. We've got a Smolder who's at 3.5 items, has hit the critical mass of stacks, and now they're going to have Baron to boot. It is getting harder and harder and harder for Blue Whites to find their own light side in this game.
It's going to be tough. This is it. Oh my goodness.
Good attempt.
Yeah, that looks quite close. Sumi almost died as well. You can see that. That's his blinking health bars right there. Oh my goodness, Blue Whites, they had it all, they had it, and they've just faltered in these fights right here. Lightside being able to make some pretty good things of it. And right now they are far and away in the driver's seat. Just look at it. Look at the carries here on the scoreboard. Look at Smolder, look at Sumi as well on this LeBlanc. A lot of bounties if they get caught, which can bring Blue Whites back into the game. But it's a tough situation right here for sure. 18 kills to 4. Fairly significant gap in that total.
Yeah, I think that's a way of putting it. Veluxa nearly a mega, maybe looking for something. Again, the problem Blue Whites are running into is like, yes, you've got all these people who could be quite scary if they can do damage, but how on earth do you force a fight on your terms? It's Quest hitting a ukulele slow is kind of it. It's the Veluxa flank, that's kind of it. And it has proven difficult in these fights when LLS's ability to pull the trigger on the blink of an eye that's proven so difficult to manage.
It's impossible, really. Oh, speaking of...
That might be the angle. Does get on to Smolder, who does take some damage, but Fruity Fresh is going to lock it on top of him and calls him mom again, and the healing, plus the damage is just too much to manage. Quest healing up with a little bit of a maximum dosage, but I just don't know whether there's enough in the syringe to keep Quest topped up. They lose the engage, and again, they throw everything and the kitchen sink. I'm not sure whether that's what Nar is throwing in this particular skin, but we'll count it for here. And they still can't kill the Smolder. They still can't find a kill in general. The base is broken, and Blue Whites are down a member and down most of their base structures.
It's looking
Oh my god,
hairy,
the damage
isn't it?
afterwards.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. With a Victor, you'd think you have some pretty good wave clear, but not when there's Baron working on their side as well. This could just be it here for Lightside. It's been a difficult game, but they're trying to break open the base. They're trying to end it here.
A valiant effort from Blue Whites, who again are better than the score suggests. Again, look like they can throw a punch or two, but they are a lightweight in a heavyweight boxing match. Lightside still in the hunt for playoffs, still in the hunt for another win, but hey, Blue Whites defending here pretty well. Quest gonna be pulled back, you think, by the Infernal Jays, not quite yet. Elijah gonna try and clean up some members of Cosmo, has to flash on now as Elijah in a 1 versus 3. Aatrox, the World Ender, claims a double. Veluxa gets a stun into the wall, but the healing is just obscene. A triple, it wasn't a top lane game, but Elijah's still here to play. The Prophet is here, Quadra for the World Ender. No Penta to be found, a Magnet Storm thrown out in celebration, and Lightside, the playoff streams are not dead yet.
It was looking really tough and leery for Lightside, wasn't it, for the first 20 minutes of this game? I was feeling it for Blue Whites, man. They were doing so well. They were doing so well. They played the map really well. Their macro, their calls was all sublime. But their team fighting, specifically around Dragon, just was not it. And they disrespected Sumi on endless occasions, just feeding him, giving him kills over and over, unnecessary, so that he became a monster and turned, which should have been a very difficult, a very neutered LeBlanc presence into an absolute god.
And some good smoke and mirrors, some great objective play was not enough to overcome the absolutely sublime team fighting, the absolutely giga-fed LeBlanc, as you said. But enough from us for now. We'll cut to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break it down.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Oh, look at him.
Hello
Oh,
again.
look at him. From break to interview, pretty fresh. Hopes are still alive for LLS. They're getting dim. They're getting dim. You're one step away. Fruity Fresh, talk to me. That was a long game as well, but talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, the game went kinda how we wanted it to go. Just played really slow early. We knew the risk of picking smaller into Eshlar Karma that we're gonna lose the lane, we're gonna lose the first drakes. It's fine, we scaled the stacks. We kinda got the stacks a bit too late for our own comfort, but it ended up working out pretty well. And we also had a really good team fight and at the 4th drake.
Was the objective to get the jungler always on the mid lane and shut down custom? Was that the objective? Because, I mean, I don't know if it's like a Boy Scout thing, but you guys were camping him non-stop, man. That was complicated.
Yeah, for early game,
intent, man.
him losing the flash, it was like game-breaking deal. It's just we just camping out, and he's not gonna be in the game. And like that's how we win the early mid game and play through that first. And later on, the smaller stacks and damage comes to the play.
Was it too close to comfort the way this game went due to the fact that if you lose a game, you're out?
Not really. I mean, I think we were all comfortable of like we were about to win the game no matter what, even though they got like 3 drakes, almost a soul. I think the next games are gonna like it's getting tighter and tighter. The more games we go, but like we're in a situation where we have to win all games from now to get a chance for playoffs. So yeah, I believe in us. I believe in our team.
So I'm looking into the schedule. You'll be fighting versus Verdant next week, and then you wrap it off by fighting Venom Crest themselves.
Yeah.
For the last game. Nervous? Or are you still confident?
We're confident.
Because natives have to win. Natives have to win versus Venom Crest for you to have a shot.
Do they? Wait. Natives got this. Yeah. I trust them. Well, are they playing it? Yeah. Oh, actually. Does it go like that?
I can go and talk
anyway.
to the tournament organizer, but yeah, it's not an easy one. It's not an easy one for you. There you go. Yeah, light side are still in, and Venom Crest have to lose 2 games in a row, and one of those games have to be against you.
Okay.
So if natives win, it's all in your hands.
Natives, my boys. Go smash them.
Natives will leave ever since you were born. Okay, I love it. If you make it to playoffs, that's like a big if. But if you make it to playoffs, what is the team that you want to fight the most?
From playoffs?
Yeah.
Not really sure. Probably DMG, I think.
Why?
I think that those games have been closest out of the other games, and I wanna play against my boy Namix. We fought a lot in Div 2 before, and they also have Bucci, who's like previous light side top laner. So there's like some relationship kind of things going on. So.
Final question for you though. This is a personal one. What is wrong with you picking normal AD carries like Zyra, Zeri, and Kai'Sa? What is wrong? What is happening? Do you need to talk? This is a safe space.
I mean, I played some Zeri, some Kai'Sa already, so like I'm kind of playing it all.
I know, but where's the AP, Fruity Fresh?
Oh, I mean, maybe next week. I don't know. Let's see. But they're banning my AP champ, so you know, it's hard. It's hard.
You're too good. You're too good. You know that. You're too good.
Yeah, man.
Getting a lot of attention. You know, I'm getting a lot of attention. Thank you so much for this interview. Best of luck. Well, 2 games away from playoffs or a close run. Let's see what happens. Fruity Fresh. Best of luck.
All right, thank you, man. See ya.
And there you go. Sumi was the MVP against all odds. Everybody was fighting against it, but somehow Hiprain threatened everyone. So yeah.
Nah, hold on. What are you saying? I threatened everyone. 8-1 and 9. 1,100 damage per minute. He had such a huge kill share as well. Like, his LeBlanc was absolutely decisive in that game. And it was
I would like to testify that Hiprain did indeed threaten everyone.
I might have threatened everyone. I might have fought tooth and nail to give Sumi that MVP, so you owe me, Sumi. But let's be real. Him and Bartoldi played exactly how we want. Well, not exactly how we wanted them to, but they pivoted from what we thought the plan was shut the Mundo down. Instead, they just shut the Victor down. realistically is a squishier target, probably easier to execute. You know, once that flash is down, Victor's very punishable via LeBlanc. They ran away with it. A lot of those gold went to Bartholdi. Bartholdi then was able to translate that into objectives. Other than dragons, they did give up a lot of dragons. But eventually, Sumi was so accelerated that he just made the whole game miserable for everyone. He would put enough damage in that then Fruity could finish everyone up with the execute on the Smolder. Very, very... a very convincing win there from Lightside, but it's the run of schedule is terrifying for them going forwards. You touched on that in the interview there, Archer.
Because if they lose, let me check. Venom Crest, they have to lose both games.
Yep, they have to lose to Natives and then to Lightside, Venom Crest to win. And Venom Crest look terrifying right now. They have really found form in these last couple of weeks.
So it's all on Natives, because Natives will fight versus Venom Crest and they have to win, and then they have to lose versus Lightside. It's in the hands of Natives. They decide playoffs.
Natives, even though they are the second from bottom, hold a lot of power for the rest of the split. So I'm excited. Oh, they are coming up next as well, and that's
the same thing as a small creature like Golem holding a lot of power in his hands because he's got that ring of power. So Natives are becoming this kind of thing, I suppose.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to jump on that.
No, you are right. They are akin to Golem right now. Actually, relatively feeble, but hold a lot of power in their hands at the same time. I mean, you're going to see versus Ruddy here. I think this is going to be a pretty hard game for Natives.
This is the thing. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is the thing I'm bringing to the broadcast. You might know me as a connoisseur of Easter eggs. I started with Emperor Palpatine. Now we go Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings. We're talking about Game of Thrones in behind the scenes as well. That's kind of my thing, okay?
I don't think you understand. I worked with Initialize and Nymeta for an entire year.
Yeah.
Face to face. There's nothing you can throw at me that will shock. No, actually, nothing. No, nothing.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
No, it's good, but it's. I worked an entire year with them. Okay, I went to therapy. I'm okay. I'm prepared for everything. Now there's nothing.
Okay, I take that challenge. I will call upon the forces of Rohan to aid me in that quest.
I like that we're speedrunning Archer depression. Like, that's where we're at, apparently. What's going on? Anyway, should we talk about the game? Should we talk about running Natives
versus Ruddy? Last time there was no story whatsoever. Will it happen now? Because Ruddy are looking for the 2 digits victory points, 10 wins for them, while Natives are heartbroken, obviously, but they hold the league's power in their hands. Smeagol something, I don't know. So Zach and Leon are being removed from this one. Are they going for the target bans, just as we did in the previous game, or are we actually taking the Tristana, the Corki?
This could be a clown fiesta, by the way. Natives have nothing to lose. Ruddy have nothing to lose. Like, this game could just be absolutely bonkers. We know Ruddy are a bloodthirsty team. I predict this will be a bloodbath. What the champ pools look like could really spell out how much of a clown car has pulled up for this last game of the day, or it might just be regular League of Legends, just a lot of kills going down. We'll have to see. So far, the bans and the picks have been, the bans have been somewhat regular. I will talk about the fact, though, the Rumble is open right now. That has been banned all day. The Tristana, the Corki's open, the Cassante's open, the Ivan's open. There's a lot of very powerful things that are actually left open, and we're actually slightly further down the power list of champions on the ban phases. So it feels to me like everyone's actually quite happy to just take themselves whatever the stronger champions they can get left open, because there's the Rumble ban. I kind of feel this would probably just be a Corki blind pick unless they have something really crazy up their sleeve. We do know Alex does play the Yone, so that is a pretty comfortable go-to for him. We've seen a lot of Ruddy games on that one. I wouldn't be overly surprised, but they do lock in the Aphelios blind.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's interesting. It's quite interesting. It also speaks into the potential bloodbath, right? Because Aphelios is kind of one of these champions that really loves to go into those team fights, drop down the ultimate, and then just, smirkily giggle and just run around talking about the fact that he's got the most damage out of the entirety of the team. In the meantime, Rudy's kind of doing the same thing. We've seen Carter's today already. We've seen the amount of impact that he's bringing into those games, just with his mere presence and just with the fact that he can press down the R button and just pretty much just press R to win. Tristana locked in.
I love this.
I mean, painful. Can just go for a good old handshake. can make it a bit spicy as well, theoretically. I don't know, Lucian or something. Not
But
Lucian
there's the
specifically, but you know my
side
point.
I wanted to see the most. The fact that Ruddy don't even care if they're locked in. They just want to make sure they get the best seed possible going into playoffs. We talked about this previously. Some teams may be like, hey, we locked in, so we good. But they are like, no, there's no stopping on victories. We don't take less than the best.
Hui's a weird pick here, actually. Obviously, technically flexible. But I wasn't actually expecting that, especially with the Corki up and available. That, to me, says that, yeah, they wanted an AD jungler for Highbrash. Because obviously you don't want to go double AP or double AD, keeping that thing flexible. Now remember, this Tristana is also technically a flexible pick here. Nasa can play at bot lane. Alex could then look towards a different mid if they want to flex away from that. I don't think that would be revealed here if that is going to be the case. I expect this to probably just be a support pickup for Alaric, and then look to pinch the pool of the supports, which is already pretty heavily pinched with Leona, Nautilus, and the Rel taken off the board. You are running a little bit low on those engaged tanky supports, so they lock in this Alistair.
Yeah.
They can now pinch away things that handle that very well, and then we'll move on from there.
I do like the pickup of Nocturne, though, not gonna lie, because I feel like that somewhat matches the amount of impact that you bring when you have a Karthus, right? The same thing, you're gonna be afraid of that R button. You will be afraid of the paranoia, you will be afraid of the lights going out, because most of the times it will result into one guaranteed kill, right? Depends on the usage, of course. We've seen players like Whippo, for example, back in the day, use this more like a leverage tool rather than anything else. In the same time, when you were making that point about the supports, interestingly enough, I know this is a bit of a wild thought, but I started to think about Thresh, because I remember a lot of players have been telling me that Thresh is one of these weird champions that never is kind of in the meta, but he's never actually falling out of the meta. Right? He's always somewhere in that between, like, existing in these shadow death realm, you know, that kind of thing. So I would not be surprised if Ball just goes, you know what, screw it, let's just play Thresh, it's going to be fine.
I totally agree, because whenever I see Aphelios, I always think of Thresh for a very basic reason, and this is something Jamada taught me a long time ago. Aphelios has no mobility, no escape, no safety button. Thresh gives him that with just a single lantern. So Thresh is a very, very solid pickup alongside the Aphelios. I don't actually know the ins and outs of the Thresh Alistair matchup. I assume Thresh just wins it early because he has range, and Alistair isn't a champion till level 2. Ruddy
can stop Alistair as well, yeah.
Yes, Ruddy were thinking about a couple of different options there on the ADC pool. They were hovering the Ashe, but I think the Kai'Sa is definitely the safer lock-in. Also gives them a bit of a hybrid build. You can go AP, you can go AD, you can go both as well. So there's going to be the Thresh hover, at least for Ball. I'm trying to think about who else would be up and available, because Lulu's the other, like, good support for Aphelios, and that's banned.
She's banned.
Yeah, so I feel like the Thresh is probably the safest pick here for them. Now, what are natives missing? A frontline. So you've got the Cassante, you've got the Ornn, the Malphite's banned away. I'm not 100% sure on this. I mean, it's technically a frontline, but I would prefer like a true tank, because right now they're lacking engage and a frontline. And Ornn
would be an amazing pickup, absolutely. So either that, or you go into something that you just know that's going to consistently rely more on the fact that it's tanky rather than the fact that it's skirmishy, right? So you would theoretically think of something like a very tanky Gragas. You could think of something like a very tanky Xante, something like this. That would just give you a little bit of that more space to work with. Renekton is an interesting choice, but then you can have something like a Jax being picked up, and now you turn it into more of a volatile matchup, right? Now it's more of a skirmish check, a skill check. Who's going to be the one who's going to win those little fights, get that little early lead, and then be able to work around with this? I mean, frankly enough, if you're trying to do something like that, I would be maybe even more up for something like a set, strangely enough.
Yeah, I actually weirdly kind of agree on that, but so, I mean, top lane, I actually low-key expect to be an island until 6 comes through. Both Nocturne and Karthus are probably just going to be power farming and rushing for 6s, so Renekton typically wants to play off a jungler, play in pair, so it's going to be on Highbrash to try and pre-6 gank if he wants to accelerate this Renekton. Built on the Jax is going to, just continue to overpower him as we move later and later into the game, become a split push. Also, slight teamfight menace as well on that Jax, so I do prefer this from the side of Ruddy. That's not biased because Ruddy are just the better team and we all know it. I do think the draft, I just prefer Ruddy overall.
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like Ready takes the W on the desk, but can they do it on the Rift? If they're able to do it, first seed is looking a little bit more achievable for them. They can kind of lock it in for today. Natives have nothing to lose, but they can also ruin everybody's party for the remaining 3 days. With this in mind, let's toss it for the last time on week 6, day 1 to the casters. Take it away.
You dare to threaten me, young Pado and Brillman, in terms of references? I heard you on the desk. How dare you? I even would have got my lightsaber. Well, it's not my lightsaber, it was Alex's lightsaber. I wouldn't have stole it from Room. Way too hot to be wearing this. That kind of challenge cannot be allowed to stand. Much like Ruddy will not dare take any kind of guff today from the likes of natives. I know, Darth initialized, mate. I've got like there's a lot of extra stuff in here. I have just random bits of Star Wars things for Halloween lying around. I swear.
That's gonna be my question: is what practical application did your Star Wars garb have?
It makes me feel really happy and warm inside. Generally speaking, much like it will do if Ruddy win today, because then I'll have a perfect day.
Bro, if Ruddy win today, oh wait, did I vote Ruddy? I think I actually voted Ruddy. That's the only thing saving me, because I'm screwed up elsewhere. I'm 100% in the negatives after this week, 100%.
No, it's about that bad, oh no. I mean, like, not going to put too fine a point on it. Like, look, I just knew with the power of the Force and analysis this was going to happen, right? It's a pathway to powers many consider unnatural, and that's how I'm going to segue in my random Jedi intro here to the game as it stands.
It's great. As Darth Yoda once said, with great power comes great responsibility. So
that sounds correct. I think it was in the movie Star Trek, correct?
Sometime when he was going through the Shire,
Right.
Yeah.
There's somewhere out there, someone is very angry with us. But enough about being angry with us. Let's see what anger is spewing on the Rift, because I think we're about to see some violence. Silliness and personal challenges from Dr. Brillman aside, I am pretty excited for this match. It feels like there's a fair amount of go buttons on both sides, but I am just wary of giving Ruddy all these tools to have these individual members start the 1v1s they're so known for, and then just have this Carthus from Katurikan of all people press R and watch the health bars melt away.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? Just jump in, go forward, go crazy, kick Karukan, press R, and yeah, it's a slaughter. This is an exceptionally aggressive team comp from Ruddy, which is very Ruddy, very, very Ruddy. And I don't know, for natives, they're going to have to survive the onslaught. I do quite like some of the tools that they've drafted here, to be honest. Like, I do quite like it. I think the Thresh paired with Wei and Aphelios is great. I think that's really, really solid. Big fan of that. And having Hybraj on a Nocturne, I like this one too. I was actually talking to Hybraj, like me and him, we're besties, right?
Of course,
he used to watch my videos when he was like 8 years old.
I posted about that on Twitter, which was so cool.
It's so funny, honestly. It makes me feel very old, but still, it's great. Yeah, so obviously he's the best jungler in the league, clearly. But
of course, yeah.
He's learned from the best. But either way, I was talking to him, and just, you know, he feels like he's not being quite as like proactive as he would like to be. You know, he feels like he's perhaps not playing enough for himself and trying to. I don't want to say like, you know, oh, my team's trash, I need to play for myself. Not like that, but you know what I mean? Like just kind of getting swept up in maybe not trusting his team enough, and maybe just being like, you know what, actually, you know, I'm gonna play a little bit, do my game,
more
and then
selfishly,
through that, and then we'll make it happen. And you know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that kind of playstyle as jungle. Especially when, you know, because the greatest example of it is Kit Karukan, who is the best jungler in the league. Like, he's so good at this. Like, his tempo, he's always in the right place at the right time.
The efficiency.
Exactly. He's never wasting time. It's very efficient. That's a good word for it. And so, yeah, I think Nocturne's more that style of pick. You know, it's more that style of pick. And I want to see how he's able to kind of do something with that, you know, in this game here.
And I think there is a kind of wider discussion, I think particularly for newer junglers to a league or a team, that particularly when things are difficult, you can end up being asked to do too many things at once. Like, I need you here, but I need you here. There's dragon spawning in 30 seconds. So your own efficiency, your own pathing, your own plans sometimes get thrown out the window, and balancing what your team needs versus what you need in terms of where you can be on a map realistically without throwing yourself out of a game can be quite difficult. And I can empathize with the difficulty of managing that, particularly for a team like Natives who have been struggling to find consistent form this split.
Bro, look how fast Karthus clears, by the way. He's in spawn after having killed all the camps, and Nocturne is just starting his last camp. Like, what the hell? Oh, dearie me, that's something. Painful, though. He's in trouble as well. Or is he? Uh-oh.
Might not be. Alex taken pretty low. Misses the death sentence, though, and Alex still got the flash, trying to hold on to it. Needs to be a bit wary here. The flay damage is pretty huge. Gets
That's
the
crazy.
heal off the fleet footwork and just gets to walk it out.
How did man not blow a single summoner out of that one?
Oh, no. The headbutt pulverize will still interrupt that. The damage back is pretty good. Flash for the hook away. Not quite there as Alex buffers out well enough. They tried to turn the gank into another play onto Alex.
That's great. Oh my goodness, I love that. Ball with like the... That's sick. Like he was
That's
rescuing
big
his team on one side and still flash blade. That's great. Brilliant stuff. So already great value out of this Thresh pick with these roams. You know, how do you beat the God of Death? What do you say to him? You say Lantern.
Not today, clearly. I don't
Yeah.
take Lantern, yeah. That will be my last words in life.
Click the Lantern! That's what you say to the
Click
God
the
of Death.
Oh,
And it's working.
somewhere out there, a Thresh maid is tilting right off the face of the planet right
Great.
now.
Hey, they've clicked all the lanterns so far, you know, and they've denied Ruddy these kills. And you know, Ruddy's just such an aggressive team. We say it so many times already.
Hang on, space. The problem with having your Thresh leave means this could happen. First blood goes the way of Nata, and the moment you said, "Oh, Ruddy haven't got these kills yet,"
Yeah,
they get a kill.
Yeah, it's just a bit greedy though, isn't it? That's a little bit greedy there from Space. I've got to respect the fact that, I mean, I think I was even pushing towards him at that point, so he didn't need to be pushed out up there, and does take the fall for that one. First blood going over to Nata here on that Kai'Sa. Gonna get himself a little bit of extra gold on his first recall. Oh, look at this invade from Highbridge though. He might actually meet Karthus as well. He might, with this push in mid, they might look to do something cheeky.
Considering Highbridge going for an invade on the Raps, trying to steal away what camps they can, we should be able to get a hold of that with some Umbra Glaives, but Painful gets jumped on. Alex trading here, we should get a massive chunk. We'll have another jump forwards, gets the damage down, overcomes Highbridge, but Katurika nearly here as well. But it will still be a one trade for Alex.
Yeah, this is Tristana, right? So crazy. If you can just jump in like this, then it's difficult. It's really, really difficult to manage. Look at the vision from Ruddy as well in the bot side jungle. We've actually seen this quite a lot from Ruddy, where they've invaded as a team in the jungle. Like, they get a push in bot side, and then the bot side, alongside Kit Karukan, would go for the invade. Not this time around, however, and it was a good little adaptation from Highbridge's pathing there to protect the bot side, because Kit Karukan was definitely going for that return invade.
Could have been tricky to manage, but again, actually it is well played by Highbridge here to manage to get a nominal CS lead against the Karthus, and that's partly because of the skirmish that's going on, of course. Still going to be an early Dark Seal stack, still doing just fine in the farm, and it will feel like the Karthus will begin to accelerate away from the Nocturne, even with something like a Hydra to work with. It's painful! Nearly dead! Does go down! Alex will take a turret shot, will die afterwards, but the 1-for-1 style points in mid lane.
Classic Alex play. He'll take that every day of the week. You know that. 100%. Aggressive dive. Trades 1-for-1. At the end of the day, it is an even trade. So not too bad, really, for Painful, but just this pressure that Alex is putting down. It's similar for the both solo lanes, to be honest. Built as well is doing something likewise, where he's able to just get this push, constantly shove the Aloris. And when you don't have any of this solo lane pressure, what do you do as a jungler? Like, what are you looking for here? Like, obviously Highbridge couldn't go for a topside play. He can't go for the grubs or anything like that. But does instead go for this dragon. Is able to pick this one up with some pressure from the bot side. So still able to salvage something out of this one is Natives. And I want to make a small point here, which I think is actually really smart. So Kit Karukan took 2 grubs. After taking the second grub, so there's one still alive, he invaded. He took blue, Gromp and this crab. And he hasn't taken that third one because he doesn't want Natives to know where he is exactly on the map because
Genius,
it
'cause he
doesn't
won't reveal it till the third one goes down.
The alert, you know, the alert lady doesn't talk until the third one's dead.
Go. The announcer not going to throw that one out. Alert lady's a great term that was built. Actually really low here. Needs to hop away. Stays alive, but Katurikan is here. That's why he wasn't known. The Aloris trying to trade this one out. Will get a decent chunk back. Flash away from Katurikan, who's now in danger. Flash on forwards. Gets built the kill regardless with a counter strike.
Well played there from Bill and Kikurukan. Didn't want to risk anything, giving something over to Theoloris right there. Renekton is a tough cookie. Very, very hard to bring down, especially when he has that dominance available, right? So you're just kind of buying time for that one. And in return, not going to die, which would, you know, yeah, putting down Renekton is important. And Jax is going to scale so ridiculously hard, and that is exceptionally hard to play into. But the difficulty is, you know, when you're trying to put Renekton down, he can turn those ganks against you, which, to be honest, he almost did in that situation. But well played by Renekton.
Okay. They are now in a position where they've gotten a few kills on some key members, a couple assists onto this Karthus as well, feeling pretty good. Gold lead not that extensive yet, but it is beginning to grow, and we already know that Ruddy, once they get a lead, pretty dangerous with it, purely because they will not back away from a fight, and once they've got the advantage, those fights get very difficult to manage.
Kikurukan now, level 7, doesn't have a mega advantage over Hybridge right now on this Nocturne.
Not yet, no.
You'll take that. You'll take that if you're Nocturne. Like, obviously Nocturne does not clear as fast as Karthus does, and your game plan wise, you know, Karthus is much more of a PvE style champion early on, at least. But some smart movements on the map, some denial of jungle camps. It's led to this, right? It's led to this situation here where now Hybridge is level 7 kept up alongside the Karthus. The real question now is, of course, your Nocturne. Where's that ultimate gonna get slapped down? It's a really big deal, right? You do not want to mess up your first ulti. That could be very problematic for you. It has a long cooldown. It's high impact. But also, you do not want to risk that. So, we'll see what he decides to do. I see some pings on the Karthus. I don't know if he's actually on vision. I think... Oh, wait. I think that's Ruddy pings. Never mind. So, yeah, they don't see him. But certainly something, you know, that Nocturne could look for a 1v1 against Karthus for sure. Maybe a counter in the top side.
Maybe look on him, but the grub still remaining there. Might well be picked up by the side of Katurikan. I don't think the spawn afterwards will be in time for another set of grubs, though. So it would only be 3 grubs total that spawn this game, I think.
Yeah, we're getting the invading top side, but here comes Nocturne. He's going to go and build here, most likely.
Theoloris in danger, but Hybridge now a known quantity. Doesn't pull the trigger, does Hybridge with the paranoia. Now painful in danger, but Ball is here. Flashes for the hook. It goes wide, and Alex gets flayed into the box. Will hop away. Can look to bust a shot someone back. Maybe forced to do so. Just about goes down as the Ignite comes in to secure it. As top side, Build goes down, and finally Hybridge just sticks around and presses R. What did I say about object permanence and junglers?
It's tough, and these are the challenger players in League of Legends. I know, it's tough. And that's it. Nocturne gets his first ultimate down, is successful. Pretty big deal on that one. Both solo laners from Ruddy fall. And for natives, that was a big issue. That was a big pain point right here. Natives were struggling in the solo
painful.
lanes. Oh, he's going
Be careful, as in comes Nartel looking for the auto. A final plasma attack fails the flash over the wall. Now Hybrid's in danger, but there is a lantern. But look who's already there. Alaric looking to get on top of the Thresh, who tried to pull his jungler out to safety. Doesn't have the flash. The Surely isn't far enough away to run. Must hold on to the Flay, and they can't quite get on top of the Thresh. Gets out alive. Ball playing out these lanterns to save his teammates so well.
Almost got painful out of that one too. That's probably the second time this game that Bull's Lantern was maybe like 2 seconds away from... Well, clutch, yes, to save his team, but even the times when his team had died, he was like so close. Like the Lantern's there on their corpse, right? Because he throws it just... Well, it's not his fault, it's just obviously unfortunate timing. He's got to the scene of the crime a little too late. But yeah, this Thresh is doing absolute work. I was raising my eyebrows when he got through the draft, right? When Ruddy banned Lulu, and I can't remember who the second support ban was on the rotation. But they didn't ban Thresh when both Hwei and Aphelios were slammed down. I was like, that seems questionable. And so far, this Thresh has done dividends, especially in denying Ruddy's signature aggression.
Okay, towards the dragon we go. Ruddy here chunking this one out, stopping the stacking on that front, and It's a solidly quick one. Kai'Sa plus Dragon secured. Still that death sentence going on through. Ball, you know, try and push himself up towards being the MVP if they win this game. He has been an absolute menace in this early game.
He's struggling as well to retranslate it into something meaningful, at least at this point, for his solo lanes. Like, it's nice to deny, like, the deaths from for your team, but it's not the same as getting deaths like we might just be seeing.
Oh, that's dangerous damage on the Painful. Remember, has no flash, does not have the Seraph shield either. In a dangerous position, throws out the Spiraling Despair, but Alaric will survive having popped his own ultimate.
Close one right there. I didn't even have to blow the flash, so that's very nice for Painful. He'll take that one for sure.
Didn't have one to flash.
No, he didn't, exactly. So yeah, he doesn't have to. Still gets away with it. Flashless mid lane are not going to get punished this time around, which is very good for natives here. To be honest, they've been holding on very nicely. Goal difference is pretty negligible at this point. Kit Karuken, though, is invading the top side of the jungle. He's looking for an aggressive play. He might just get the smite still. Not quite available. You can see, by the way, look at the jungle pets, the jungle items stacks.
Yeah.
Highbridge is well ahead of Kit Karuken in that sense. That's at least like 3 probably camps.
Yeah, obviously you do end up with the bad. We'll talk about this later as Ball is getting jumped on this Thresh in a dangerous position. Out comes the Paranoia in defense. And top side, Built survives, had to flash top side.
That's it though, right? This is the thing. That's what's so strong about Nocturne, is that Paranoia wasn't even aimed at mid lane. It wasn't coming towards Kit Karuken and co. But they still backed off because they don't know that. They're still a little bit afraid. You go for an aggressive play and immediately the lights get turned out. You think, oh crap, I've overstepped here. I'm getting countered. And so they back away and they chill out a little bit. And even though, you know, Nocturne wasn't actually around in mid lane to protect there, they still managed to protect. So not too bad on that front and getting the flash from Built. And in the bot side, as we just saw, Space picking up that tower all by himself.
It's a big deal as well. First turret and the cull completed. Actually gives him 1,000 gold lead, despite the 2 kills in Nata's inventory, so to speak. That's pretty big for this Aphelios, getting all of those plates, getting a hold of the turret, and of course cashing in the cull. Bringing him online a little bit earlier than might otherwise have done for him. That's after Nata has largely been significantly more proactive.
Absolutely. Nata's been around the map.
Hello.
That is sometimes the downside. I don't know about this one though. Ball.
Ball, he's dead. There's no way out. Then he will surely go down. Alex donated the kill. As Alex was waiting in that dragon pit to see whether someone will come and ward, and the answer was yes. Yes, they would.
Alex, he just knows. He can smell it, honestly. He just understands when there's a potential victim around to bring low, and it's Ball this time around. His first death of the game. Up until this point, he's been playing very well. To be honest, I can't blame him too much for that one either. But that's just Ruddy things. To be honest, you're gonna get a death against Alex and Ruddy. It's gonna happen. Alex as well, after picking up that kill, will be matching this bot tower. A lot of gold being injected into his pocket right here as well. Ruddy hovering. There is no dragon, obviously. It's just to see if they can maybe catch someone on the protection for Alex.
Worth noting, all the while the Highbridge is going through the entirety of Karth's topside jungle, saying, well, look, I'm going to take away at least 2 camps. Bill's going to try and take away the Krugs here, but with the wave getting shoved to the topside, doesn't feel free able to do that. So does come at cost for shielding Alex shoving. That topside tower likely to fall. In comes the Paranoia. Bill is very deep here, likely to go down. Too greedy trying to defend the turret.
And there's great stuff. Theoloris picking up that kill right there. That's the 3rd Nocturne ulti delivered into topside for Bill. Uh-oh. Here comes the Ruddy Goon
Get
Squad.
a bit more interesting. We'll try and get a little bit of fear up, but the damage in many ways is done. As the trample comes on through Theoloris, though.
No way,
likely to survive. Alex is here, though. Damage onto the Nocturne. The rapid fire damage is huge. Gets on the wrong side of the Nocturne, who gets slowed down. Finally falls, and it will be 2 back. They went too far trying to kill Bill, and the response from Ruddy is immediate and deadly.
It's the teleport from Tristana that punishes the top lane from natives. They did overstay. Once they got that kill onto Bill, they had to dip. You gotta know, Ruddy's gonna be looking for blood. The rest of natives were hanging around. There was one in bot side. There were 2 in mid lane, which I did pick up that tower, mind you, so that's nice. But you know you don't have backup there. You know you don't have backup. You gotta dip. A little bit over aggressive on that front.
Now this Tristana well and truly ahead of the game. Doing pretty well in this game. I know obviously Jake was kind of questioning the effectiveness of it, at least in the NLC. And there's certainly some truth to that, but we've seen some of the very best mid laners in the world pop off on it, and Alex trying to be similar here in the NLC, where he has been pretty consistently among our best, if not the best mid laner.
Yeah, I think it's such a great Alex champion. Woof! That cannon minion. Sorry. It's a... Was that his ult? What is going... What's happening? That
was his ult.
That was his ult. What is happening?
That was a choice. Alaric might end up face checking here. No, it's fine. Dragon is spawning now, and the teleports come on through. This will be Ruddy looking to potentially contest. The W lands onto Theoloris, who himself doesn't have that much to work with. But remember, there's still a Herald and infantry here for Katurikan, so they might well just try to use it on this top lane tier 2.
I think that's
as they are roaming into the enemy jungle. They're giving up this dragon, feeling okay to give up just a second dragon.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned. That's going to be cool. Going to slam that Herald most likely down into that top side. Kikurukan will pick up 3 camps as well. It's only the second dragon, so it's not too bad. If you want to give this one up, it's not the end of the world. A lot of Ruddy members, though, in the top jungle. That's all 4. Built the only exception to this one. As, yeah, this is going to be a big siege, but do they really need to dedicate 4 people for this? That seems a little much, to be honest, when you've got a Herald as well. Here comes the transition, though. Globetrotting into mid. Is that Shelly actually going to get a charge in mid? They've ran it from top.
Close range. That's pretty... Oh, Alex, so close. Not bad, but they're still going to get a wave shoved on in here. And 750 gold already secured. Big chunk here into the mid lane. Over the wall goes Alaric. Gets a decent chunk as the lantern comes on through. Nata ults away. Alaric going down. Does finally fall. But what about the damage after a space? Looks for the Moonlight Vigil. Gets a decent chunk. The Spiraling Despair gets one. Death sentence onto Alex. Play afterwards. Built goes down surely. And they will lose 3 as they play far too hard for that mid lane tier 1.
Great response from natives, though, in that play. Amazing stuff. And this TP into the bot side. No one's there to defend just yet. Karthus is on the way, but you're going to lose his mid tower as well. This is a big swing here for natives. This is a big play. And Ruddy, the kings of aggression, just getting a little bit over-aggressive on that one.
Yeah, they tried to take the turret before the fight, but the damage in many ways was already done. It was a great lantern back towards the tower from Ball, who had a box down as well. And with the lights out, it got very tricky. And now in a dangerous position. Katurikan might be able to interrupt Ball here. Doesn't find him, though, on the reset. So still in the end, a relatively even game. 1,500 gold lead towards natives, though, after the swing of that game. But the swing of that mid lane play gives them something to work with. I'll note in particular, this Aphelios at 2 items. Going to become increasingly dangerous if he can land a big combo with his ult.
He did so well in that last fight as well. Like, from over the wall, he put out a butt ton of damage, and then his ultimate, getting that catch as well, combined with Painful's way ulti, just to finish off Nata. He was unable to really do too much right there. It was just a very well executed fight, you know, and rarely do we say this, but Ruddy was just outfought in that play. Yes, the turret was there, and it was, you know, it was not a great scenario to fight in as Ruddy, but really should give credit to natives on how they executed that one.
Now we see Baron being just looked at in terms of vision control. Ball will help secure the vision there as bot side built in danger, but does have Karthus coming on down. Doesn't matter. This Jax is just a ways behind at this point. And has built HP, no resist, gets whacked in the face.
I'm surprised though at 2 items, like it's 2 items a piece, and an item like Sterax is... Well, yeah, there you go, that's it, is it? It's all about the Ninja Tabby. Alex though, yeah.
Hang on, in the mid lane we go. Alex was looking for that 1v1. Highbridge goes on in and decides it was probably a bad idea. Alaric gets pulled back though, hooked afterwards, and will likely fall. That's a huge moment. In the bot lane, Theolor is trading out on top of Alex, who gets a big chunk. The bus shot comes on through. Alex in danger, does not have vision. Theoloris getting some rage, flash away. Alex gets it.
Anytime, yeah, as soon as you walk out of that boosh, that's going to be tough right there. But here comes the TP, here comes the response. Absolutely no world does natives want to stick on this one. There's the hook.
Hook? Onto the Karthus ball! Just doesn't miss.
Beautiful stuff. And Ruddy dedicating 2 teleports to that play, which is that's the big W here for natives. Yes, you will most likely lose this in a mid turret, but getting both teleports now should make it a bit easier to make a play like that in the future, or at least you stay a little bit safer for the next 5 to 6 minutes, because Ruddy, we know how they like to use their teleports. Not always for objectives, oftentimes just for kills. Does alleviate a bit of pressure there for natives.
There we go, you can see already in inventory. There's the cloth armor. Built knows what's up, needs to get the steel caps, and as we speak about it, locks them in.
Yeah, I was still surprised that like he lost like Triforce and Thunder Sky. I would have put money on that winning against Renekton, especially like I say, Sterex is not it's not a 1v1 item really. You don't build it if you want to.
Yeah, it's team fight burst, really, isn't it? Exactly.
He didn't even like the fact that the shield was triggered against Alex. I think means that it wasn't even used against Jax as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But here we go. A lot of damage for this Nash.
Face check.
I think we just have to give this one.
It's over. I don't think they get hit here in time. Paranoia comes on down. They will have no vision on in, and Natives turn up with an Aphelios with 2.5 items and Severum Crescendum, and the Baron just disappears.
Just like that, blink and you miss it. Very good response right there for Natives. A lot of Baron damage, Aphelios and Hui as well. Even this Renekton contributing nicely to that one. This will now be the 4th dragon of the game, but only 2nd for Ruddy if they're able to pick it up. And you know what? I feel like Natives will be okay with that. I feel like Natives saying, okay, we got Baron, you guys can take the 2nd dragon of the game. That's fine. The real question for me now, and a bit of a worry here, is what do Ruddy do after this dragon? Do they go for this fight and collapse in mid lane? Because Natives have been caught overextending in the past.
And Theoloris doesn't have TP, so they need to be a little bit wary about getting caught. Pull off that wave. All the while you can see Painful again without the teleport. Looking to shove out that top lane wave. And being the cleanest set of shoves so far from Natives. Auric gets caught, but again does have the ability to do just that! Space in danger, gets over the wall, staying alive for now. The damage is huge, but not quite enough to bring it down! The Void Seeker after does its work on the top of our screen. Damage onto Katurika, who's hit by the Spiraling Despair. Theoloris doesn't die to Alex, but it is damn close indeed. Painful about to fall out to Nata, who is going to continue to auto his way towards another kill. Ruddy break the Baron before it can ever really begin.
You can run from it, but you can't hide. Ruddy will find you. The team fight, the engage, the flash pulverize from Alaric. It's as easy as that. Ruddy have the tools to jump in. They do just that, and it's all over for Natives in that fight. And this is a pretty big deal because that's a lot of Baron buffs now lost. And Alex is a question that I don't know if Natives have the answer to anymore. He's providing so much pressure in these side lanes.
He's level 16 with an Infinity Edge alongside the Flicker Blades. Anytime that bomb goes off, immediately another jump's available. And at level 16 as well, that Draw a Bead passive, he's probably hitting Caitlyn range at this point.
Also, the Merc Treads for Renekton is not, well, it doesn't do anything versus Tristana.
What CC is he reducing?
Maybe
really?
you thought the Counter-Strike stun was a big deal, but yeah, there's not a lot of CC that's even able to be blocked from Merc Treads, you know, like certainly not Alistair combos or, you know, things like that. So it's really, yeah, I don't know, it's literally just Counter-Strike stun and I guess the Wall of Pain. But that seems like maybe it's purely for the magic resist, take a little bit of edge off of the hybrid damage and like things like third cast assault. But considering your I don't know, Jack's auto attacks is still a lot, and you're probably gonna be matched up against
Tristana's, right? Yeah, I know.
That seems like a questionable. I don't know. I could be wrong here. There may be something in it that I'm missing.
Maybe we're missing something exactly, but at least on paper, the both of us are going. I feel like Steel caps this game in terms of your lane opponents. And a double AD carry, even if it is going to be a hybrid build on the Kai'Sa, I see the value in that.
Yeah.
But hey, the decision has been made, and it's certainly hurting that 1v1.
That it did. Alex has no problems cutting through this Crocodile at this point. In fact, I don't think he's going to have any problems anywhere. The only thing that works in Painful's favor is his superior wave players. We're going to get the fight now. Level 16 versus level 14. The fact that Bill wants to take this kind of just shows you how this matchup goes. Theoloris.
Eventually, yep.
Yeah, it's a ticking time bomb here, and he has to run away with his tail between his legs.
Ruddy stumbled a bit briefly there, and they are still behind a decent amount of gold, but we are starting to see a lot of these carries start to come online. The Kai'Sa is beginning to get increasingly difficult to manage. Her range profile starting to change now, as well as her W's, I believe, will have been upgraded with the Nashes in inventory as well. Add on top of that, the Karthus continue to scale, the Jax continue to be a menace, and this Tristana, oh man, this Tristana, 2,000 gold ahead individually, is going to be unmanageable in a side lane, at least in a 1v1.
Yeah, I don't even know what Natives decide to do at this point, because they can't actually really create any pressure. You can see, like, it's all about, you know, you don't win any of these side lane matchups, right? You're just at best controlling them, right? And that's never really a recipe for success, right? It doesn't make you the proactive agent in these games. And so then what do you do? You know, what do you do in this situation? Ruddy can really dictate the pace of everything and pick the fights and make the plays happen, which, to be honest, even though natives are ahead in goals still, this past kind of 5-10 minutes, Ruddy has dictated everything.
Okay, so Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. That would be soul point for either team. Baron in a similar timer. You can see it on your map right now. Should be within the minute itself, so that will be a big deal. Of course, the scaling continue to be problematic. Alex nearly at that 4th item, which would be that Lord Dominic's regards. Critical strike, where you're beginning to get pretty difficult to mitigate.
Hard engage from natives is certainly lacking as well, but that's a good hook. That's about as good as their engage gets, right? A hook like that, and it's
Balric, he has to ult early. The root afterwards flashes away. After now, Theodore is in danger. Flashes to get on top of Alex, who jumps away, stays alive for now. Buster shot out. They do get the kill. Alex has teleport, so can reset, come back in. Nata goes on forwards with the killer instinct and presses Q. When it Acathian reigns, it pours.
It was such a good try. Great little engage there by natives, but not quite able to bring down Ruddy. Alex level 17. Those base stats doing work right there. That's the 3rd dragon now for Ruddy, but more importantly, that's going to be the Nash as well.
They will head on over. Soul point secured. Fight secured, and Baron shortly to fall afterwards. At this point, there is no way that this Nash survives more than 10 seconds. You feel, look how much damage and auto attacks will be coming on 3.
Yeah. Gosh, this thing is just gone. This thing is absolutely gone. I mean, there's no chance of stealing. Highbright isn't even up, but yeah, it's not a thing right here. Natives, these team fights, that was actually not a terrible go of things, honestly. You don't want to engage onto an Alistair, like, obviously, but you know, as it turned out, getting that flash stun onto Alex almost worked out for natives. It was so close. They were literally missing, like, 100 extra damage. But at the end of the day, if he doesn't die and he's got a teleport, then that's just going to be enough for you. They're really, really hard to bring down now.
Oh, they are now in an interesting position where 1,000 gold is the lead, but the Baron is now on, and the base can start to get broken on. While, see this Tristana at 4 items getting scary. A death cap nearly in for Kaiser, and as we said, that profile is changing from being a close range assassin to being a poke machine shortly now as well. Those W's with the reset on hitting champions are going to get really, really nasty.
Oh, he's just mega at this point. No one is safe. Everyone else in the game has like 3 items. This man has, 4+. It's tough. It's really, really tough to deal with Alex. He's sitting in the side lane. He's doing his thing. Alaric is more than happy to constantly face check these things because he just pops his ult and he's fine with it. Creates a lot of vision, a lot of control. Meanwhile, Ruddy just pushing all these waves down. They're basically a 5 units strong. They may even look for a potential dive here. It's going to be tough to hold.
Gonna try and do their very best, but it feels like the tools to go forwards are pretty much a one-way ticket. Nocturne, as the game goes on, really struggles to make the engagers hurt the way they do earlier on into the game. Still though, siege continues. Space as well, maybe with Gravitum, if he can hit a good auto attack or a big ultimate, can maybe find the Eclipse to make something happen. Again, ball lands a hook, but it's only onto Alaric, not the target you really need to find at this point of the game. Nata jumps on space, not quite enough, but the static shove, static shock, static shift, there's the word for it. I stumble my words and space stumbles and falls to the ground. The inhibitor turret now falling apart.
That was nasty. Surgical almost by Nata and Kikaruku comboing on that one. Blink and you miss it. Space just had no way right there, and here comes the dive.
Crushing more lands onto Alex, but the damage is already done. The Nocturne comes flying on through with the paranoia, but Alex is safe enough with the buffer, and the turnaround begins to fly on through as Nata is largely untouched. Nexus turret number 1 has fallen. The second short to fall afterwards, and natives, they are looking like they have nothing left to say in this game. Ruddy, after a messy mid-game, after a competitive mid-game, take the advantage and run natives through.
It was a good-looking game, though, for Natives for a long point, and they tried their best, and to be honest, for a lot of it, it was, as you say, exceptionally competitive. But Ruddy just showing their class. They are just such a good team. Like, it almost feels inevitable with them, right? Like, they're just going to be able to find ways to win. They're going to have the pressure. They're going to choke you out. And they're going to win those fights. And that's pretty much what it came down to at the end of the day. Ruddy just performed really well again in the way that we always see them perform really well. And it's the reason why they're the best team in the league.
Yeah, and again, they tried to shut down Bill, got him a bit behind, but Nata gets kills on the other side. They attack Alex how many times in mid lane and get some people out of dodge in mid lane, but all the time Alex doesn't really fall behind. He gets ahead of the game and becomes an absolute menace, and Ruddy continue to be the best performing team in the NLC, continue to want to prove that Spring wasn't a fluke. They will be our best team heading into EMEA Masters. We'll be leaving our best selves behind for a moment here, guys, because we need to go to break, and the desk will break down the end of the day for now. See you around.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
We are back with Nocturne. Yeah, you moving in. How you doing? Pleasure to talk to you again. Average. That was close. I felt like that could be in the bag for you.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it happens though. I think sometimes we just have this tendency of not being safe in transition, and we just mess up A. And it's like, I think it's a mistake that's kind of haunted us for the first 2 games. We saw in the first 2 games against Nord, against Verdant, and it's happening right now at the end as well. So it's just something we haven't managed to fix, and I think it's been putting us in the behind the entire split.
But I like the fact that it's not like you have anything to lose. You want to show who you are, the identity of natives, and bringing in the Nocturne, bringing in the comfortable picks. There's a change now, and you can actually feel it. Like, you made Ruddy sweat, and that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Like, this shows that natives could have been a playoffs team. And what do you want to show for the last remaining games that you have ahead? And keep in mind, you can change the entire playoffs ecosystem with the remaining 2 games. It's in you. It's your heads.
Elijah and Kenny, they messaged me. They say they can't need my help to save them. I thought about it, No, I'm kidding. Obviously, my goal in every game is, the first goal is to try to win. The second goal is to try to improve on certain things, right? You don't really get many opportunities. You get 14 games of split if you're not that lucky, which we aren't this split. So you've got 14 games of split to try to show improvements, to try to improve, see how far you've come. And I feel like you've definitely seen some growth, right? But I've also, there's some mistakes that I make that I just kind of the repeated mistakes. I think today played quite well, but the next 2 games I want to show that I can go like a step above that. I can just carry a game, just win my team a game instead of just being, let's say, I don't know, performing well in the game. I want to win the game for the team if we need it. If that's my job that game.
I don't know if I'm going to talk to you for the last remaining 2 games. So if this is our last interview of this split, what would be your takeaway from the split with natives?
I don't know. There's hard. There's a lot. I don't know. I could be here for hours, right? But we're on broadcast schedule, so I can't. The main takeaway would probably be that I learned a lot. Obviously, right? Dem was a fantastic coach for jungle. He fixed so many holes in my game. I definitely also learned how to adapt my style a bit. I know in NLC so far I've played a lot of supportive junglers, but I pretty much never touched Sejuani. A bit of Sejuani, but I never touched Maokai, Vi, Xinjiao, those champions. I just was mainly a pure bruiser player, right? I played bruiser and AP champions, and this split I was kind of forced to just go into perform that role for my team. So I think I've gone a lot better there. It was my rookie split, right? So I've learned a lot in terms of communication and stuff like that, how to be more professional, and I can take that away with far along my life in all walks of life, right? Not just playing professionally. So I learned that. Obviously, there's other things, right? It was a blast and stuff like that, and I learned a lot, both in life and in the game.
Any moment you cherish the most through this split with natives, inside of game or outside of game? One of that's you look back and you say this is.
Nah, there's definitely a few I can't talk about on stream, but there's in game. It would just be maybe the Venom Crest win. I think all the entire team was kind of in the dumps there, but I was just kind of telling my team, guys, I promise you, we can win this game. We can win this game. And they didn't want to pick me the Volibear that game, and I was like, guys, trust me, Volibear is good here. And then we picked it, so it's kind of I think it was kind of one of those games where you just upset everyone's predictions, right? Even I feel like some people in the team didn't think we were going to win. So I think that was definitely probably the coolest one. I know it's a bit pathetic saying that one of your 3 wins is your highlight, but in the split that had a lot of lows, I think that was one of the rare highs. But yeah,
I would say if there's anything to take away, you said hey, as a rookie and all that, I learned a lot, and I got to work with Demb. He's an amazing coach as well. That's a win in my book. And for instance, if you got this game, we all voted for you as the MVP. If you won this game, you would be the MVP. Just letting you know that your name was there.
Thanks a lot for that, but yeah. And I just want to say, you do a great job on the broadcast. I saw some on Twitter, so thank you. I appreciate you guys all.
Thank you so
much.
Thank you
very much.
It was a pleasure talking to you. Let's see if we meet again in the future.
Yeah, hopefully. See you, mate. Cheers.
Do you know what I take away from this game?
I'm happy. Yeah.
First of all, very lovely to hear from Hybrid. Nice to have some compliments from the players. But my major takeaway from this game is like natives have a chance. Like they could potentially do the upset next week.
Destroy
Also,
everything.
keep in mind, they're not completely done. We were saying there's nothing to play for, but actually, depending on the outcome of Verdant and the outcome of them next week, they could avoid relegation. So that was a team who were playing with something still to fight for. And damn, they didn't look too bad there. They did not look too bad.
It goes to show. It goes to show, absolutely. I think that definitely Highbridge had a lot of amazing moments in this game, but also would like to highlight Space, because his performance in Aphelios was pretty... I don't want to say it was, groundbreaking or absolutely over the moon or, things like that. But he had a great team, had a bunch of great team fights. And even Bo, I know, hey, Prain, you weren't very that excited about that performance, especially because of the hooks. But he still was doing the job that you want Thresh to do, which is just provide that safe space to your teammates.
And they were playing the champions that they wanted to play with, not the meta.
Exactly.
Even when they have something to fight for. I love that. That shows personality. Well, someone has a lot of personality, and there's no way to introduce this one. Let's toss it to the Ruddy interview. He's waiting. He's mad. He's mad. Why are you mad?
I'm not mad, I'm fine. I mean, I'm actually quite happy because, the beautiful thing about this is we gave a team like Natives who are just all feeble, just bad players. And we just gave them a little bit of hope for just that second. And it's like when you dangle freedom in front of rats and then we took it away from them in the last second. So that almost feels more sweet than a victory, just to give them the fact that they lived in hope for a few more seconds before we brutally ended their split. And potentially might send them to relegation as well. It's this sort of thing that, just gives me a lot of joy, to be honest with you.
You know what's even better? It's even when you talk like that, you're a really nice guy and you've developed a lot of friendships in the league. For instance, Middlecott donating his hair to you so you can look like that right now. That is lovely, man.
Well, I don't know how much hair you thought Middlecott had. I don't think he had this much, mate.
I was confused. But now going to the serious point of this, everybody's saying, hey, we want to face Ruddy on playoffs. We want to face Ruddy on playoffs. How are the turntables?
Well, I don't think it's I think we've always been the team to beat. I mean, the thing was before, we've always been the best org in the league by a wide margin. It was just a case of having the competitive results to back it up. And now we're the full package, right? It's interesting. Of course, I watched an interview with Memento. He said that we're bullies and he wants to play us. It's an interesting way to reframe it. You had a lot to say last split, but then we gave you an extra vacation. So, you can call us bullies, but the thing is, you gave us your lunch money and you said, please eat from our spoils. And we said, fine, we're going to go to EU Masters instead. And we did. So yeah, of course we're bullies. A lot of people look at us and they want to play us. Of course they want to play us. We're all your fathers. We run this league. Without us, you're nothing. All of you. So we are the lifeblood that keeps all of these orgs running. You should thank us. I want a personal thank you from every org's accountant in this league that I allow your organization to still run. Because without us, you'd be bankrupt.
So if you're the father, please tell me, what's the script for the last game? Nord versus Ruddy. What can I expect?
Nord versus Ruddy, I don't it doesn't the last time.
You don't care. What do you mean you don't care?
I don't care. They're little. These are little boys to me. These are little guys. This is a grown man's game. Whatever happens, happens. Obviously, I hope we win. I hope it's a good match, more competitive than the last one. I like the little sob story they told about how their jungler had to play. I heard a rumor that it was because certain someone didn't fill out the forms to be able to play out on time. So that's what I heard at least. There's a little sob story though. But yeah, we're bullies, man. Of course we're bullies. But we're ready to play. Of course, everyone wants to.
There's something I wanted to talk with you specifically, and I'm happy that I can do it on air. Remember last split, there was a miracle run. Remember that, and you achieved everything that you needed to do in order to become who you are right now. You grow up a lot, and on this split, there's another miracle run happening at the same time. Light side. Do you look back and you look at them and they can actually do something that we did, or you're we don't care?
Listen, the thing is, this is the part where you're the snake oil salesman and you want me to put a positive spin on this, but I'm not a good guy. So
you're the bully.
I have nothing but contempt in my heart. So I just say this every time I hear about people putting a spin on a Natives Miracle Run or an LLS Miracle Run. These players are like 1/500th of the organic matter value of the players that we had last split. Like, there's no way you can even like conflate the two. And to like even compare the two is to like completely denigrate and devalue the Miracle Run that we made last split. Like, they're not in the same realm of ethereal reality. Like, we're not existing in material reality in the same way. Like,
So it's a cheap spin-off of a famous movie.
yeah, this is like God, what even is? I don't know what the metaphor would be. Like, it's so bad that it doesn't even deserve a metaphor.
Oh gosh, you missing a word is something out of this world, Jake. Anything you want to say to the folks back at home that are rooting for Ruddy, or actually looking at you as the bully?
Yeah, well, all the fans like love us, of course, because we actually represent something to support in, and we represent something that's like vibrant and bright, and a bright future for the NLC, and just like sorry to the other orgs, sorry to the fans of other orgs that you've not yet managed to find Ruddy yet. So we'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for you. The door's always open.
What about the haters, like the people that call you bully?
What about the haters, like Memento, Nord, all these other orgs? Like, at the end of the day, man, I'm the one that lets you still coach that team, man. I'm the one that keeps the books paid, keeps the fucking food in the bellies, man. Like, I'm the landlord, bro. You guys need to start calling me the landlord, bro. Like,
have you realized you are the Ornn of League of Legends? You are the top laner, the tank, the shaman. You know, we did everything. You're the same, but now for the Nordic. Like, you're the accountant, like you're the CEO. You are everything, man.
Multi-versatile, man. That's me, man. Interdisciplinary.
Yeah, love it. Thank you so much for the interview, Don Jake. Pleasure to talk with you. Are you returning the hair, or is like it's permanent?
Bro, these are my natural curls, bro. Like, they're saying, okay. The streets are saying that I'm Marwan Fellaini.
Gosh. Hey. Call Middlecott, he kinda needs you, okay? Call him.
Bro, this is what Middlecott look like.
Thank you for this, have a lovely one. I'll see you soon.
I mean, Don Jake is just like, he's hit his, he's doing like his reverse Lex Luthor. Like, his grown hair have become a full-on villain. It's
he takes
so
no
good,
prisoners, man. He takes
yeah,
no
he's
prisoners.
taking no prisoners. Oh my word! I was excited. I was super excited to see what his response was going to be to yesterday's interview, and that was more than I expected.
The reverse Lex Luthor is probably one of the best things I've ever heard in my entire life.
He's an interesting individual, but Natives pulled off an amazing game. Even though Alex at the end of it is going to be the MVP, even Nata could have pulled off that MVP as well. Everybody did a good job on Ruddy, but Natives showed something today that highlights that this team has something going on. So, what's your takeaway at the final of this game? Oh,
I mean, I'll jump in first. I think Alex got MVP because his movement was impeccable. Those thresh ganks, you just couldn't hit a skill shot on him. Yeah. He was playing so well. And yes, Nata probably also a very strong contender for MVP. He did his job very well late game though. He was tidying up a lot of the fights. It felt like Alex was the reason that game was able to get to that place, just because of how well he was playing that Tristana. But yeah, Ruddy, I don't think it was their cleanest game. I think they're having a little bit of fun, but they still showed that they are still a very, very scary team. I'm excited for next week when they get put up versus like a real challenge. I'm also very excited to see what Natives are going to bring to the table, because I don't think they look bad here. They lost, but I don't think they look bad at all, right?
It was a pretty competitive game in the end of the day, right? I mean, it wasn't that close and by any margin, but it still was a game when you sit there and think, you know what? After that team fight, maybe they can turn this around. Maybe they can find a space for themselves, a window of opportunity or something. The only thing that when I look at Ruddy right now, and I feel like, there's a lot of menace coming from here, is that both of the carries have shown that they're able to step up exactly when you need them to step up in that game, right? Something you mentioned, Hipbrain, is that Alex was doing his chunk of job in the early and mid game time of the game, while Nata was stepping up in the late game of this particular collision, right? And I feel like that kind of brings up the extra bit of danger in Ruddy as a team, that you have to keep in mind that if you shut down one of the carries, there is always going to be another one that just steps right in the place of that first one that just got knocked down. And it's kind of, strangely enough, I want to make a comparison to a Souls-like game. You know what I mean? It's like you bring down the first boss and you just kind of start to chill out and you just sit there and go, okay, that was pretty hard. Nothing bad's gonna happen to me now, right? Wink, and then the second boss that pops up and you go, oh Jesus. You know, that's the same thing that kind of happened in this game, I feel like.
I thought you were going to bring the Russian doll where you were like, oh, I'm going to break this one. There's
Oh, you mean
another
the
one.
Matryoshka?
See? Like I'm trying to use your, you know.
And there's 5 of them, right? So you go, okay, that's the top lane, that's the jungle, that's the mid one, that's AD carry, that's the small one. Whenever they're gonna bloody end.
Yes.
How long?
Well, if you want the end, let's show you the end of the standings for today's show. We got ready.
I'm sorry, Archer. I'm sorry, Archer. That was one of your weaker ones, man.
It's a segue. And we're
Still.
ready in first place, followed by Nord, DMG, and Venom Crest. They're all tied up in second place, but Nord and DMG are locked in. Venom Crest are still fighting for their position. I was going to look into the other side, but there's other teams there. LLS, Venom Crest, Verdant, and Blue Whites. There you go. LS, Verdant, Natives, and Blue Whites. Natives and Verdant, 1 game difference. This is really important as we move on with the league. I also have the current standings and the way things can end. Okay, I'm looking
Don't
at
try and read a foldy sheet live on air, Archer. We're going to see the steam coming out the side of your ears. It's not going to happen.
No, I've been studying this, so I can tell you something, okay? I'm going to be honest with all of you.
Okay.
I did, like, I failed math. So, moving on to Fantasy League. If you want to participate, well, you only have 1 week available, so you have to pop off if you want to win one of these prizes. We have a lot of people participating in it, and if you're the best of the best, the creme de creme, you'll be able to get one of these prizes. They are lovely. They're sponsored by Steel Series, by the way. And the mouse is actually really good. Hipbrain talked about it yesterday. He still has his own. And Middlecart is actually giving away his mouse. I don't know why.
Own personal mouse. Like I said yesterday, I actually have that wireless, the Aerox. Is that what's called? Yeah, Aerox 5 wireless
the Aerox,
mouse. There it is. Look at it, all lovely and lit up. Lovely thing. Genuinely the best mouse I've ever used. Definitely the best wireless mouse I've ever used. I love it. And we said this yesterday. I don't pull my punches. I don't care if it's still Series sponsor. I genuinely say if it was crap, I'd say it's crap. It's not. It's really good.
It's Hipbrain. It doesn't have a filter. But well, let's look into predictions to understand if we were able to do anything good. Well, Duckling initialized with the perfect day, which means Duckling jumps in the standings. Oh boy, this was a bad day for pretty much everybody. Let's move on to show us the standings.
I got 11 points, bro.
Oh.
Yeah,
Where are
I'm
you?
still good.
Second place, Hipbrain.
Yeah, I'm on fire. I told you.
Look
I
at
said
you.
this
You are.
yesterday. I was pretending. Foxy's minus 10.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fox and I'm like, what is going on here?
He promised
Fox!
he wouldn't go minus. He promised.
This is not a golf show. It's not about going minus, man. You have to get some points, Fox.
Oh no.
What is
I
happening
do
with
like
my
the fact that I was
color
able
casters?
to make a bit of a due diligence to the guest role. So us guests and Archer are standing on the same position. So, I'll take that. I stay here with one of the most goated hosts ever time to bless the League of Legends. So, I'm fine. I'm just going to stay there happily, just, kind of...
I'm gonna rain on your parade here. Both the guest and Archer were tied in 4th at the end of yesterday, and now you're both tied in 6th. So
I don't care. We're still tied.
Just to kind of ruin that one a little
We're
bit.
still tied.
You're just jealous here, Brain, that I have
Exactly.
I'm second place. What am I
You're just jealous that I get to be tied with Archer and not you.
Oh, true. I do spend most of my time tied with Archer.
Well, what about next week? You want to know what games we have prepared for you? Well, let's show you. Blue Whites will open up the appetite with Nord, followed by Verdant versus LLS, Brody versus DMG, and then we end up the day Natives versus Venom Crest, an important one for Natives so they don't end up in relegations. And on the other side, Venom Crest are trying to lock in their playoffs position on the other side. Then Nord versus Ruddy, the match we've all been waiting in. This time it will be played with a coach in the jungle position, followed up by Venom Crest versus LLS. This could be the deciding one for playoffs. Blue Whites versus Verdant. It could also mean who's going for the relegations, and DMG will finish the split versus Natives. This is the regular split. Then we have playoffs, and we're really happy. Then we go to EMEA Masters, and then we get beat up time and time again. A tale as old as story.
Just a quick note as well. It said June. We're not playing these games next year. It is actually July, the dates. So we are playing next week as normal.
It's the Doctor Who theme that gets reappeared of traveling in time, you know? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's it.
You know what? Doctor, this is your time to say goodbye and tell us tell us. I don't know what, but tell us.
I mean, sure. But no, I mean, thank you very much, Archim and Himprain, for having me here on the desk. It was an absolutely amazing experience. I've loved it to the bottom of my heart, even though that stepping on the desk rolls is most of the times for me is one of the stressful things I can do with my life. But, you know, I've enjoyed it as much as I could. And I hope that you enjoyed it as well, having my company here with you. And I'm going to send just a small message to Initialize, which will be Ling Long and Prosper. Regardless of that, thank you very,
Is
very
that the wrong
much.
Star show? Hold on.
It is.
He's a Star Wars fan, man, not a Star Trek fan.
Haven't we basically touched upon all the possible fandoms? I mean, if you wanted to just sit here and tell you that winter is coming, I can do that as well.
It's summer!
But the winter is coming anyway.
I mean,
in
he's
half
not
a year.
wrong. Winter is coming. It's a ways off, but it is coming.
I guess. Hey, the end is coming. Brian, tell me.
The end is coming. The heat death of the universe is approaching slowly but steadily. Maybe not in your lifetime. Maybe in your lifetime. We'll find out. Oh, boy, it's a good league, though. Everything's well tight, isn't it? Right, the last week.
Yes. Thank you for that. Goodbye, Hipbrain. For all of you folks back at home, thank you so much for watching. It's not the same without you. You know you're part of the show. This wouldn't be the same. So tune in for next week, which will be the last week from Summer Split at NLC. Other ERLs are almost finished. Others are finished already. But we're still moving on with you because this is an adventure and we're all going together. And until then, keep climbing. Never stop. I'll see you soon. Hey, live long and something. I don't know.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. And slash, we go do. Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my